Hey, what's up, guys, and welcome to the stream. As we are going to be hopping in to the last portion of the starting part of the playoffs, we are going to be hopping into a couple of best of threes, which are going to be good. It's going to be Copenhagen Flames at the start against ECLOT. That's going to be the first start of today, and you can see the teams right over here. Copenhagen Flames, Copenhagen Wolves, sorry, they just had a game against ENCE Academy, and they lost very narrowly on Anubis. So the question at the moment is that are they going to have a little bit of a boost as they just played a game? Meanwhile, ECLOT, they have gone through a little bit of a roster move, and it's going to be Mikey who's actually being brought up to the roster, which is kind of an interesting add. I've always thought Mikey is a very nice, very good player, so I'm very stoked to actually see him play today. And let me just grab up that information about the maps, because we are going to be hopping an Anubis at the start. After that, it's going to be Mirage, and then it's going to be Nuke. So, Anubis is an 88% map win rate at the moment for the side of Copenhagen Wolves. For ECLOT, it's a 36, with 8 maps being played on the European stack side. ECLOT, they have actually 11 maps played already, and I think that's a 4-map win that they have underneath their belts. Yeah, that's exactly. And the teams that they have won were Monte, Ecstatic, Sangal, and Navi Jr. Meanwhile, Copenhagen Wolves, well, they have a little bit of a different story. So, almost won every single game that they have played, only lost one, and that was against Fireflux. Meanwhile, they have won Heimo and Academy before. Of course, for today, they're going to have a little bit of a loss, but for HLTV, it's not actually going to show up because that wasn't an HLTV sanctioned map. So, it is what it is. But for the rest of the maps, it's going to be Mirage and Nuke. And those are going to be heavily ECLOT-sided. So, 74% versus 45%. And 47 versus 33, so that's gonna be interesting. I'm not entirely sure what to think about this map, but let's say we are about to see a couple of chances here. And that's gonna be the first duel outside from the connector. Bilani opens it up against Nuke. That's forced to catch his kill, but Tableware gets a quick trade there. And at the moment, it seems like they have a very nice idea and an understanding of where the push is coming from. But Mikey just opens up the kill against Shaginio. Seems like he was ready for that. That's going to be the second kill from Mikey already. And at this point, it is going to be the push coming out from middle. Bilani catches one, actually make that a 2. And right here, Zhen has been left in a very good spot with his teammates just to rush in. It's a lot of damage done, but it's just going to be that single duel, which is going to work out. Mikey did as much as he could, but it just wasn't enough. An unfortunate start for ECLOT, considering the fact that they got the side control. They were about to plant the bomb, but just a little bit of an hiccup there. And it went up in the flames. Meanwhile, looking at the rest of the gang, they're about to enjoy this. Ooh, the crypto market has crashed big time. No me gusta. Here we are, Andu. Already. The water control has been taken. This is just ECLOT playing a very slow roll this time around. Right now. And this is just a little bit time being played. As ECLOT, they seem to be just posting numbers closer towards that A execute. But the question is, they might have a little bit of an inkling of an idea, especially now that they're spotted Chekinio. And with those smokes covering the stairs, you know that there's a couple of players out here. It's gotta be the first line of the attack. Andu catches one of the players at the start, so... And the wraparound is coming. Chekinio handles that situation well. Actually makes that a triple. Maybe it's better to dive for the FAMAS than the MP9. That's the think process at the moment right over here. That's a lot of money for Andu if he gets all of those 3 kills. And Detour has been left alone. Jumps at the worst possible timing towards the water. So Gen actually wins the fight easily. So that's going to be the light buy that they had. But the idea was to save money for the M4s. And this is where it gets a little bit interesting right now. Okay, Mr. Cat. Now it's time to move your butt. Yeah, meow, meow. Here we go. Early fights. And this is basically where it matters the most. Utility. That's gonna be the quick fight through the smoke. Nuke is gonna win that. And do. Makes a face full of it. And just looking at the positioning, ECLOT, they could go for an A-side play. At the moment, they are flirting with the idea to maybe touch middle. Try to play the control from over here, especially looking at Tapeaware. He's been giving that middle control away at this point, and most of the players from ECLOT, they're hovering towards the A side, and at the moment, they should have the information. The whole side is clean. This is going to be a bit of a gamble stack from the side of Copenhagen Wolves. And they decided to go with the B play at this point, as the bomb is going to be planted. The best thing that they can actually go for is just try to save the weapons they have. And if they're not careful, this little gamble stack can actually start to cost them some rounds here. That's gonna be the first catch. Mikey drops down Shen. A bit of a sloppy spray there. And right now they know exactly where these weapons are. That's gonna be the one kill. Detour makes it happen. Goes for the second one. At least Pilani holds it in. But this is already costing way too much. That's going to be one of those two weapons, and Jaquinho will be the only one actually holding his rifle till the end. And from you can hear Discord notifications. Oh, okay. Yeah, I might know what's going on. Let me check my microphone as well. The microphone is okay. Okay. Let me check my microphone as well. Yeah, okay. My sound seems to be okay at the moment. So it seems to be that our producer's Discord came true. So sorry for that. Hopefully it gets fixed. Meanwhile, back into our own action. That's Nuke with the kill on and another nice catch. That's gonna be the early kills towards the A side. Mikey actually makes that a 2. So, opens it up very well. That's gonna be the full side open at this point. And with a couple of players, they could go for... Well, at the moment, that idea will be taken away. So after a round like that, that will leave Copenhagen Wolves moneyless. And should the smoke they go towards the B side, that's going to be the right call. Only a player trying to hold on to that side, that's going to be tableware. There's so much smoke on the side at the moment, you barely can see anything. And with this information, this is just basically the side lost already. Dutorium steps in with a kill against Chiquinho. And this is going to be a fairly simple round so far. Off to the races we go. So that's going to be a couple of good rounds for the side of ECLOT. Making that a 3 for themselves. Meanwhile, Copenhagen Wolves, well, they have a couple of rounds here, but now it's going to be the quality of those rounds.
Ура, победа!
Go. Alright, so I think we fixed the sounds, so hopefully you guys aren't hearing Discord sounds at the moment. So if you're hearing Discord sounds, let us know. We're trying to figure that out, why it's actually bleeding to the audio of the game. Sorry for that. You're having some technical issues, but like I keep saying, what's a tournament without some technical issues? But yeah, so back into the game. Another defense that doesn't really work out. That is Copenhagen Wolves with the only 2 rounds from the start. Having a little bit of a tougher time here, trying to hold on to the defense, but this is their own map pick. Hopefully they can actually find something that works.
Terrorists win.
I'm just gonna say I'm confused at the moment. I have no idea what's happening, so... that's life. Nope. It's not about how hard can you hear it, it's a bad thing. If you can hear Discord sounds inside the game, we have a problem at that point, but yeah. We'll try to focus on it until it gets fixed. And it seems like we're actually cutting off at the moment too. That's a new one. like we lost the feed. Hello, hello, hello. Does it work now? Okay. Yeah, so that is unfortunate. Hopefully it's at the moment it seems like we did something, so right now that's fixed. How is that even possible? Okay. I'm gonna try something, chat, so don't get weirded out. This is just a test.
People share tournament-winning decks of Beyblades online with the exact winning combo.
Is that really true? Yeah, it's actually... Okay, now I'm understanding what's happening. At the moment, it's somehow getting my computer's audio. Hello. So we found out the problem. Okay, I'm just gonna mute the Discord for now, and I'm gonna fix that on the off-screen time. So that's very good to know. At least we're actually going ahead with the problems here. Let's go. So, here we are. Now it's done. So, yeah. Alright, a couple of issues later, and we finally got it fixed. So, that's leaving ECLOT in a 5-2 situation. This time around, it seems like finally Copenhagen Wolves are winning a round. We're getting a little bit closer. Now the echoing is back. Okay. I'm not entirely sure what to do. But we're gonna figure that out a little bit later. Let's just focus on the game right now. As long as we got the Discord away from the sound feed, we're a step closer to something a little bit better. The mic can be cutting off at the moment, which is a little bit weird for why it's doing that. I'm not entirely sure, but we are going to be fixing that after the game here, so after the first map. But yeah, alright, so early on attacks, that's going to be middle a little bit tested. I didn't really focus on the rest of the game. So hopefully there's something crazy that's gonna actually teach me what's been happening so far. So Mike actually opens up the game with a kill on the Tableware. And that's gonna be a little bit of a test here from Andu. Catches the first kill, actually drills him through the wall. That's through the door there. That's a very good job of actually pulling it back, but the problem is, meanwhile, on the other side of the map, he loses his teammate. It's gonna be Andu. Nice nade, by the way. Does a lot of damage to Dutor. That's gonna be just a simplistic flash, nothing else. And it seems to be that ECLOT is getting a little bit closer towards that B-side execution, especially with a player pushing from the temple so far. Andu might be getting different ideas here. And that's Bilani. Starting to head away from the site that is actually getting attacked at the moment. This isn't the first time. Copenhagen Wolves have gone for a couple stack plays so far and actually read them very wrong in this map. And we're getting into that realm where the question is this enough for them? Elive and Andu finding each other, and that's gonna be Elive coming out alive. Bilani actually pulls it back. It's just a man advantage, and to be honest, Jitor, he doesn't have that much HP. So if they decide to go for a quick fight here, I wouldn't be surprised. But it seems like Copenhagen Wolves, they are going for the save here. Not really thinking about anything else. Except what they can actually pull for the next round. And that is going to cost them. So, that's going to be the 6th round on the table for ECLOT. Well, not the worst situation to be at.
Terrorists win.
Here we go.
Those they use.
Bit of a pause here for the teams to have a little bit of a conversation on what's happening. And as we get to the end of it, we are going to be hopping on to another round. And this is ECLOT. Actually, if they just keep doing what they're doing, they're supposed to be fine. The fight against Andu. And that's a little bit of a problem. Very respectable fight there. And Andu basically just standing still in that situation, not really getting a help from his teammate that he's needing, but it is a little bit of a cheaper round. I do understand that he's going for something else here. Smoke, a little bit of an attempt. It's not going to work out. Villani just tries to escape with his weapon, nothing else. Another round for the side of ECLOT. That's going to be 7 on the board. And I really have to say, so far ECLOT, especially on these early fights, that has been very great. Not a bad way to go.
These things.
That's gonna be the first early attempts. Mate that has been spent there to do a little bit damage towards the player on connector. Seems like they have the right idea already pushed in. That's gonna be the perfect amount of space, but the problem is the rest of the team hasn't actually pushed in here to help. That's going to be Villani with a couple of kills here. Jackinio steps up with 1. This could actually be the 1 round that looks a little bit better, but Detour makes it that much harder for the side of Copenhagen Wolves. Just a couple of the kills there at the back end. That's going to be the close push close to the smoke. Nice catch from Forsey to drop Andu. And Jackinio left in a 1 versus 2, and again. Such a great defense for a little while. Doesn't really work out. Even with Detour very low in HP. It seems like Jackinio just decided for a second to get away from this situation. He actually drops out Forsey. Wait a minute, the problem is he has no idea where the last player is. That's going to be the missed shot. Detour is so low. Just a single bullet shot is going to be enough. Jackinio still has no idea where he is. How is this possible? And that's going to be 4K for the side of Detour. Almost losing the round, but he saves it. In many of these situations, I have to say, that's a little bit weird. A couple of missed shots behind the pillar. Jackinio still looking for the target. Unfortunate there. That's Andu. The fight against Nuke. Meanwhile, Elive does get the quick trade there. Nice op shot there to land on the Gen. And this is just basically a trade fiesta at the moment, but the T side is winning it. That's a bit of a problem here for the side of Copenhagen Wolves. That will be the last kill of the first half. And Copenhagen Wolves, well, their CT side is almost at the level of our production today. Looking at the top player, it's actually going to be Bilani with 12 kills, but everybody else is lacking. And with 1 kill on the whole map so far. Looking at Mikey actually posting up some good numbers, 11 to 7. Good job. Not that bad of a start for him. Right now, we have seen a bit of a comeback from a situation like this on Anubis. A 9-3, to be honest, isn't the worst possible situation to be at. It's like old CS when you were talking about Nuke or Train. If you got just a couple of rounds, even on a best of 60, sorry, best of 15, on Umber 15, you can actually pull it back with a good CT side. But here on Anubis, it's the totally opposite case. If you have a T side that works, oh boy, there's something to be held. Early shots there from Mikey. That's going to be a chance to actually drop one. Andu does get the second one, but they're a man down at the moment. And this will be Andu with tape aware. Drop a couple of more players. ECLOT with a beautiful start of that CT round. They basically just throw it away with that ultra aggression. Right now, they're occupying the B site, and just a single shot onto Andrew is going to be enough, especially with the push already. He knows exactly where the last player is. Tapeaware just goes in, and it's going to be the spray from the USP. Uncontrollable tapping, and it doesn't work out for a kill. Tapeaware actually pulls out with just a little bit of HP, wins that clutch, and that's going to be Copenhagen Wolves at least with a round. And this is exactly what I was talking about. You win a pistol, you win a couple of rounds after that. To be honest, it's going to be like 7 to 9, and it's not that bad anymore. But it's all about Wolves. It's their pick. Now the question is, what kind of a T side do they have? Some problems. We go. Great catch from the side of there to start this spy around from the side of ECLOT. They are trying to put their best forward here. A nice catch from Andy to drop down Mikey, but it's a quick trade from Elive. But the rest of the Wolves are deciding to go with the A play here. And ECLOT, well, they're left with a finger in their mouths, just wondering what's happening at the moment, what they can actually even go for anymore.
Bomb has been planted.
Not a bad start at all. So, with a couple of weapons saved for the next round on ECLOT. I'm a little bit worried that if they actually decide to go for a buy again, this is where it actually can go a little bit tits up. Usually what you want to see here is just them saving, especially with the 2900 bonus that's about to come up. So maybe a couple of pistols, that's exactly going to be the right answer here. So just a couple of 5.7s, maybe even an armor on MBQ. He can go for a full buy with the money he's gonna receive on the next round. So just try to keep that level high, but as many gun rounds as you can go for, that's gonna be the right way to go about it. And if you can win just a couple of rounds here to get it rolling, that's the CT side, maybe catching a little bit of a break. Meanwhile, for Copenhagen Wolves, they are hoping for something very different. The more force buy that they go for, the less of a gameplay that the CT side can actually apply to these rounds, the better. And so far, we are seeing so many attempts from Wolves to try to bait out a reaction. But they're still playing this very well. Even if they're trying to bait out the reactions, they're not really pushing into any of these crazy corners. Gonna be a little bit of a last attempt. There's gonna be that first fight on middle, and to be honest, that's a lot of information for Bilani even if it goes down. So at this point, they're just gonna pick one of the sites, and it seems like B is the way to go. That's gonna be the Molly for the Temple, and who actually wins the fight against Mikey. And right now, they can just plant the bomb. Even with the push coming in, the control is on the side of ECLOT. But through the platform, they actually go. He's not ready for a player to be behind him already. And this goes very well for the side of the Wolves. That early pick falls for ECLOT, but after that, those quick decision-making skills from Copenhagen Wolves works out very well for this round. Here we go.
Terrorists win.
Not a bad round at all, especially saving that many weapons. It's going to be great for the economy so far. So, if it continues like this, you're about to have a great start. And it's already Bilani. Got a bit of a control here from middle. Some good fights coming in from the CT side. It's going to work out for them well. And that's Bilani actually stepping in with a kill onto Detour finally before C already drops him. And with just a player left on a T's attack, Jaquinho has his boots filled with work. And especially with the bomb just left right in front of the enemy too. This is just going to be a tough spot at the moment. Jack trying to get away from that spot at this point. That's just going to be Eli dancing behind the cake. And just with a utility in his hands, Mikey, the only thing he has to actually do is just drop it when he spots somebody. But I don't think this is going to be a contact anymore. So Jack is going to be saving that up for the next round. That's ECLOT under 10. 10th round already. We were hoping if Copenhagen Wolves wanted to fight for this map, they kind of had to chain a couple more rounds here. So 3 just isn't going to be cutting it.
Terrorists win.
Here we go. So, early op shot from 4C. That's just the opera on the other end.
To ebb and flow.
Which isn't going to be a funny situation for them, especially starting with a man down. And Mikey... Just trying to look at the positioning at the moment. Copenhagen Wolves, they seem to be actually pulling that bomb just a little bit closer towards the con at the moment. And that's going to be Mikey. Yeah, left with a lot of work to do. A pop flash towards the connector, but timing is going to be a little bit off there as the push is already coming. He has to kind of fight for himself here. Wins the double fight, makes that a triple. Okay, looking very good. Almost goes for the full quad. And Andu, left with just a couple of points of health, will be taken down by Detour. And that's going to be the round done. So quickly. Will the rest of the team be pulled down? Here we go. So, after a little time out there, we're getting a little bit of a break. Not really still sure what's going on with this audio, but that's okay. So, we're going to be hopping into a new round. Yeah, I'm just going to be restarting the whole computer after this one. Screw it. Well, it works then. And... yeah. Weak pop shot there. And that's going to be actually Mikey to win the first steps of those duels. Comes out efficient with that first kill. That's actually Detour making the triple kill already. On the defense. Oh, I think I found it. Yeah, fixed. So, I'm gonna give you guys just a couple of tries to try to figure out what happened, why we had that problem before. Anybody who actually comes out on top, you're a genius. I'm gonna let you know it's a very funny answer. So, we are hopping back into the game. Finally, all the problems has been fixed, so... this will be ECLOT under 12, and the only thing they need is just one more good defense round here on Anubis to steal the map away from Copenhagen Wolves. And this is just ridiculous at this point. Already getting a little bit closer towards the middle. That's going to be the most of the Wolves. Getting a little bit closer here. You have desktop selected on your OBS audio. No, I fucking didn't. It was my cat that actually pressed a playback loop button on my mixer. So yeah. That's a beautiful haul of that east side. Well, we can actually say that the start here was a fiastic one, so Copenhagen Wolves on their own map pick, they didn't really get anything going on there, but we have to say that ECLOT is actually looking very strong at the moment. But yeah, to anybody who was wondering, yeah, there's a button on the mixer that if you press it, it loops all of the audio. And I can't hear it, but everybody else can, which is amazing. That's a great design from Yamaha. I love it. But yeah, thank you, Mr. Cat. But yeah, we are going to be hopping into the next map, which will be starting in about a second. And by then, we are going to be fixing everything, which is so cool. So we can actually focus on the casting. That's going to be Mirage with a 74% win rate for ECLOT. And considering what we just saw from their own map pick on Anubis from Wolves, I'm not sure if Wolves are ready for the fight here. ECLOT has been looking balls out at the moment, and hopefully they're going to continue that on Mirage. So let's see if it's going to be a 2-0 series, or are we going to be needing that decider. Let's take a little break and hop back when we're ready. See you on Mirage. Welcome to the stream and welcome back to, well, actually, welcome to Mirage and welcome back to the stream. Let's try it that way. Works a little bit better. And as we are going to be hopping into the second map of the series, this is where it actually gets a little bit interesting. As ECLOT, well, like I said, they had a ridiculous map win percentage here on Mirage. Meanwhile, Copenhagen Wolves on their own map pick, looking like they were a fish out of water. And at this point, we're getting a quick push from middle. That will be already... well, most of the spots being a few... well, basically, they have a way to get into any of the sites at this point, but that's going to be Andy to try to hold on to the defense. Drops E live, but Bilani will be going down. That's NBQ. So Nuke finds the kill onto Andu as well. And from the door, Mikey, the only thing he has to do is just win that one little fight. The problem is he gets dropped. And actually, some refrags are coming in from the CT side on that retake. Wait a minute. Okay, it's getting actually a little bit more questionable as Tapeaware catches a couple of kills there, but he's low on HP, tries to go for that 1 versus 1, and Detour catches the last shot and makes it a 1. ECLOT, after a beautiful push from middle, they gain the control from short and, well, even a market at that point. Basically, whole B side is open for a split, and... they do actually drop a couple of the players very quickly. Andy was the only one to catch a kill in between. But it was the retake that actually almost looked like it was about to happen. Copenhagen Wolves coming very close on that attempt. But ECLOT, they come out victorious. The problem with Mirage is that I was trying to tell you a story that even with ECLOT's huge win percentage at the moment, that's going to be a very easy kill here. I think he heard those steps like a mile away. Still on the Shen. That's gonna be a quick flyby. That's an AK alone on a pin. That's never a good idea, by the way. So Tapeaware will be grabbing that AK maybe to save it for a next round. Mac 10 there to drop Tapeaware. And Andu, well, kind of fighting for his life at this point. Gets dropped as well. That's gonna be 1,800 bucks from the Mac 10 And another kill for Bilani. I think he actually hit the AK, which is gonna be the right way to go. So yeah, never leave a player with an AK solo. Never a good idea. Especially on rounds like these. But yeah, like I was trying to say, that's gonna be the last clip. Mirage is actually one of those maps where basically everybody knows how to play it. It's getting on to the realm of Dust 2 where you don't really want to play it as a home map. Everybody knows a couple of tricks here and there. You might be surprised, even though you have the higher numbers. With a couple of mistakes here and there, can be ripped away from you. But as long as you start off strong, you keep that up, anything is possible. That's an AK straight from the side of ECLOT, not a single SMP, not a single Galil. Now look at that Copenhagen Wolf, it's going to be a similar setup from the CT side, so I'm forced. Will be already spent. That's Nuke. Drops Gen at the start. Quick kill coming out from Andu. Get that trade and keep it stable. Now the side control has been lost, but it's more about that retake. They're getting into a little bit of a better spot here from the side of Wolves, so better dodge most of those nades as the second layer of that push is coming in. Tapeaware just gets way too close towards that ticket, and the problem is it doesn't know that his sleeves are showing. Andu cross the side, catches the kill. I was sure he was just gonna go down. Mikey is ready to pop in. Meanwhile, from the side, it's gonna be the kill coming out from Corsi. And on top of the stairs, it's gonna be the Jackinio with his only kill in a 1 versus 2 with 20 seconds left. He can actually still do this. The problem is he doesn't have the kits. He's kind of getting that vibe that it's not gonna happen. And that's about to be the round. Just one M4 save for the next one with a flash. Copenhagen Wolves. Nice attempt of fighting against that round, but it's going to be ECLOT coming out victorious. Of course, this is just the start. And looking at the money at the moment, we are actually seeing a buy with 1,600 bucks left in the bank. Checking you can actually drop an op for his teammate on the next round, so Tapeaware can go for that scout. A couple of what is going to be actually a Deagle and a 5-7. And Andu with an MP9. So, we're getting a bit of a buy here, but at the same time, we are about to see a full buy in the next round as well. It's gonna be the nade for the player and connector. Jackinio taking full blast from it. That was a double, to be honest. And ECLOT, they're sensing a bit of a buy. So, no reason to go for those quick plays. They're just playing time off the clock. That's gonna be the right way to go. Sometimes, just take a chill. No reason to go overboard. That's a new mullet for connector, just for a little bit more space here. You can hear the whole map burning at this point. Those are gonna be the entries. Oh, wait a minute, Chiquinho is still alive. Yeah, at least bounced the nade behind the wall, but it was his teammate to catch that kill. Finally. They only lose Detour so far, and just looking at the retake, they are getting into positions. Thinking about actually pushing in here. At this point, it seems like they're holding just exit spots, not actually pushing onto the site. Kineo, that's a bit of a luckaroo. That's one of the kills, but for ECLOT, this is going to be enough time spent, so they can actually leave the site. If they wanted to hunt for a couple of weapons there, I wouldn't be surprised if they went for that AK and M4 drop, but at the same time, it doesn't matter that much. They were about to have a buy anyways in this round, so let them say what they have. But of course, this is going to be just a bit better for the economy. And an AK, of course, always a good weapon on the CP side. Copenhagen Bulls still with a 0. Zilch on the screen. Bussing. Meanwhile, ECLOT, well, they're kind of looking good at the moment, so money is a little bit in shambles, but a couple of the players, they have money for, well, basically whatever is about to happen. Meanwhile, 4 rounds in a row, that's always going to be great. And just see Bilani jumping up and down and up and down. 1-4. Ooh. Time shot. Are we going to see it? Of course, he had the right idea here. If he wants to... Oh, he's going to use the utility, so that's going to be information. Pushing that one player away from that corner. Of course, he doesn't know if there's an op or not, but always in hindsight, that's going to be a very easy shot for the opper to actually hit it the time stack correctly. What a beautiful kill. Okay, that wasn't Detour, yeah. For a second, I thought that was Detour. So it was actually Mikey from the catwalk to catch that, but it's going to be Jen to actually drop him, and Tableware finds Detour at the same time. So that's a couple of good kills for the CT defense. Meanwhile, the rest of the players are pushing towards the B side, and this execution is happening right now. That's going to be the catch for short. Another peek coming in from behind a pillar. And left in a 1 versus 3. Bilani catches the last kill there for free. And the control is back on. Good job. That's gonna be the drop utility for his teammates. Mikey continuing to push in with the MAC-10 at the start, so a lot of flashes about to fly in about a second. That's Jen burning the pit at the start, making sure anybody who wants to go for crazy plays, those ideas will be deterred. Mikey running the push already. This will be the bomb actually going down. The Detour takes a lot of damage there from the cross. But at least the bomb will be going down. So, something works on this round. A little bit of a dink there, but from the MAC-10, it's not going to do that much damage. Right now. Oh, you heard that, Nate. You really hit anything on 3. That's a great hold from Shen, actually making sure that anybody trying to get that connector control will be dropped. He pushes out, so Detour will actually get the quick trade. That's forcing him to kill NBQ. Nuke actually from that smoke makes it happen, but already on the bomb. They have to stop it somehow. It's actually happening. He goes for the full defuse in the chaos. And that's a round for the side of Copenhagen Wolves, but it costs them everything. They lost every single weapon on that round. And just looking at the money, Andu, he can't go for a buy. The rest of the team, well, they're not that well off, but they can actually buy in. No problems in that regard. The problem is that the CT side costs way too much to try to uphold. Well, what a round. And what a play. Andu starts off the round with a kill onto Mikey, Detour, and 4C. They answer back quickly. It's the flash of middle, but there's nobody to receive it. So with 3 players left, Copenhagen Wolves, they leave 1 player towards the B side and a couple of players just holding connector in the window. Meanwhile, ECLOT, it seems like they're regrouping. It's going to be that A side hit, knowing that there's a little bit more space, especially with a low CT number. This is going to be the site that is a little bit easier to attack. Some of the drops. It's a burn. Nice spray through the smoke. Shen actually brings it back to 3 versus 3. That's not a bad situation at all. And the bomb actually not even hitting the floor yet. It's been just recouped right now. And I'll just look at the play. Already from the back lines, but the problem is they show a little bit too much head, knowing exactly where the second player is. But Shen actually comes up with a double kill. That's going to be forced with a quick trade from the stairs. With Jackinho on a lurk of his life. And the only thing he has to do is just time this correctly. And a couple of bullets to the back of the head. They win the round again, but barely without a player alive. The AK seems to be more important than the AWP. They can actually go for the AWP buy. So, are we going to actually see it, or are they just going to play for the rifles in this round? It seems like, yeah, the rifle is going to be the right way to go. No ops on a round like this, knowing exactly that there's going to be a broken buy, so the rifles are going to work out a little bit better. That's the utility for middle. Meanwhile, there isn't that much commotion. It's a little bit of a slower start here. Jackinho steps in with a couple of shots of his own. That's tape-aware with Jen. Catching the needed kills, and Jackinho is going to just make this a dual server at this point. Where the last player is. Ooh, that's actually a very crispy shot to the top of his head. And that was the right play. So, going for the AK instead of the AWP. Now they can actually buy it in if they want it. They just don't have the money, that's the problem. So, not working. ECLOT on their own map pick. Kind of losing control here. Right now, it's looking very good for the Wolves if they keep this up. Anubis starts off the round with the first entry. That's a quick trade, at least, from Chen. Jane. I'm not sure how to pronounce that name. Jane. Well, Jackinho. Closer from the window. He could actually go for that first fight. Wins it against Mikey. That's a very nice catch. And knows exactly that there's a hold underneath the window. He's a little bit low in HP. Have to be a little bit careful here. Detour Meanwhile, drops Tableware, and that's going to leave one of the players low on HP. So, it's pretty much a reset situation, and just looking at the coverage of the map at the moment, most of the CTs holding on middle. That's going to be T's at the moment. Just trying to group up a little bit closer. B side seems to be a point of attack for the tour. Just to go for that information. If he doesn't spot anybody, he might actually make the wrong call here. Rotate, especially with a player already pushing in from the underground. That's going to be a bit of a harsher step, especially with Jaquinho already making sure that nobody's going to be pushing from the back lines. And for a second there, he didn't have a weapon on his hand. Detour opens up the side. He's getting a little bit closer. Now it's all about the place that he wants to go. He's just making sure that nobody's going to be pushing him. But if Bilani wins this fight, that's exactly what's about to happen. He takes a little bit of damage in between, but that's 14 seconds left. They have to go for the bomb plant now. And if they do, that's actually Bilani who can drop a player. Drops the first one, catches a little bit of damage on 4C, but he gets away with the plant. So it's a reset. 1 versus 2 with an off. Spots the player through the smoke, takes a little bit of more damage. And Jenny's just waiting for him to walk in front of his screen. And he's already spotting that player. He does get the kill before going down. But as long as they get the clutch, Copenhagen Wolves, they can actually post the 5th number on the screen.
Counter-terrorists win.
From these rounds. Very tight. Off we go. Fights. ECLOT actually makes that a double. That's at least a trade coming in from Andu. Bilani wins his own fight. That's Shen actually posting a number on his table. That's Shen coming up with a double kill there at the end. Wins the fight towards the side at the same time too. That's a triple for him. And the full control of the round. Drops for ECLOT. Sorry, Copenhagen Wolves. They make this a 6-4 at this point. Here we go. Early fight from Jaquinho to win that first fight. Nice catch from Bilani on that off to drop that Nuke. ECLOT, they're starting to just lead on their Mirage. This is just insane. How they can actually go for the opposite maps and look very different on it. Nice damage done from the top middle, but Detour still wins that fight. Jaquinho will be dropped. That's Tableware a little bit closer. He wants the seconds. It seemed like Detour was ready for a second there. He did go for the quick flick, but didn't get any damage onto the player. Quick trades coming in. Bilani actually wins the fight against E-Live as well. And 4C left in 1 versus 3. That's going to be the Molotov to try to push him away, but Andu. At the moment, we're seeing the strength from Copenhagen Wolves. They're just going for single or duels here and there, and it works out very well. Off we go for more. Let's get a first step from the pit. Mikey drops Jack. For ECLOT, a round like this could be amazing. Holding that middle's area at the moment. That's Jen. Thinking about a pushback, just burns the pit at this point just to play a couple of more seconds. Looking at ECLOT at the moment, they're just playing time off the clock. No reason to go for anything crazy. Tape aware. Just making sure that nobody's going to be bleeding through that market. And finally, we're getting that attack towards the side. They're actually in some very good positioning, especially from Tapeaware to catch the first player. That's a little bit damage onto the second one. If they try to go for the bomb plant without actually checking the site, Andu wins the fight from the CT. And this is a huge spot at the moment for Zhen. The only thing he has to do is just play this correctly. On top of the ticket, there's a player in front of him, catches the first kill, almost the second one, but Mikey makes this a 1 versus 1. With 13 seconds left on the clock, Bilani only has to land a shot, but Mikey has to get an ace to make this happen. He's gonna go for the plant, and Bilani goes for the swing. Wolves, they get full 8 rounds in a row. And I'm starting to wonder, why did ECLOT decide to pick this map as their own home map? Oh boy, we're definitely heading into a turn map here if this doesn't work out right now. Unfortunate timing there. And well, for the rest of the round, ooh, now we actually wrecked Furia. That's awesome to see. And for the pistol rounds, we're just getting a simple push. So this could be a very important round for the side of ECLOT to win this MVP. So Nuke with force, it actually stopped 2 of the players trying to push in. Tapeaware with 8 points of health trying to just stay alive. That's going to be forced to drop him. And Andu, if they could just get the bomb plant by now, that could be something, but they're still actually being occupied. Vitor even drops one. Andu from the air actually catches a headshot, so of course, that's how Counter-Strike works. USB in hand. Of course, the aim shots, they won't hit, so while you're flying, you can actually hit whatever you want, but when you're grounded on the floor, trying to hit some aimed shots, well, those are not going to hit anything. There has been some very interesting clips coming out of CS2 recently where some people are trying to hit some very accurate shots and the USB doesn't land at all, or when it actually misses, it kills the player. So, welcome to Counter-Strike at the moment. Still waiting for some of those things to be fixed. That's going to be the early kill from Mikey to catch down Paper. Of course, he comes out with a double there. And he live steps in with his own. And that's going to be the quick throwaway round dealt with. This is great when we're getting a little bit closer to this point. This is where it gets interesting. Defense focusing a little bit too much on the middle. That's just gonna be the full B-side bombardment. Wolves, they know. Just a good round here. It could stop the plays coming in from ECLOT. And it's gonna be Andrew at least with one of the kills, but a couple of defending shots coming in already. Shen drops one, but Andrew's very low on HP. 1 point for him. Still just lurking around. That's Detour with the nade. And a 3 versus 2. Especially these spots are looking very good at the moment, especially for Mikey. The only thing he has to do is just make a little bit noise here. That's going to be the attempt from middle. The AK shot will be flying by. And Detour is going to give a little bit more space for them to hang themselves with this one. Tapeaware is actually trying to take that information from the backside. Detour wins his own fight. Actually make that a second one too. So a triple for him. And 16-9 at the moment. On his kill deficit, so almost a 2 KD. Looking very good on the server. ECLOT, they make this a 7-8. The CT half is starting to look a little bit better. But still more to go for. Wolves. A full line of Tech 9. So this is where it gets... Actually, 1 AK from Andu. Interesting. This is going to be the forced buy. A little bit of a questionable one. So a couple of the players are saving money. One of them decided to go for the full Wreckfest. Maybe that AK will come in hand. 1 hero automatic. And depends how they actually want to use it. We might see something crazy here. And that's going to be Jaquinho with the kill onto Mikey. Eli actually comes out with his own against Jaquinho. Andrew gets the quick trade. And that's going to be the spray coming out of Nuke. Tapeaware drops Nuke. That's Forcey with his kill onto Tapeaware. And Forcey actually makes that a second one with the USB as well. And from Jungle, Detour actually misses that opportunity. It's going to be the second one as well. Andrew clutches it from that spot. And yeah, maybe the AK buy was the way to go. A ridiculous clutch to make it a 9. And it looked like ECLOT, they definitely had that control on that situation. I'm not entirely sure how they actually managed to find a way to lose that round there. But, yeah. It was the sloppy spray from Jungle to lose it. What a whiff. Somebody actually had the right idea in the chat. Whiff. Unfortunate situation right there. The only thing you have to do is just control that spray. Forcey comes out with a quick pick. The hero from the last round will be taken out. But first, that's going to be the flash on top of the upper, but he gets the kill anyways. Forcey comes out alive with a second shot of the round. That's going to be the smoke just to give a little bit more space. Forcey is looking insane at the moment. It's like an art piece. A 4K already. Just give him the ace. Tapeaware. Oh boy. Of course, we're going to see one ace from ECLOT, and there it is. Forcey plays the stairs like it's a flute. It's just insane. Every single shot lands, and to be honest, it looked way too easy for him. That's actually a good-looking ace, too, on a full buy around, so... For Wolves, the second that they win a round, they will be taken back to... a save. So, a forced buy, at least. A couple of Tech 9s, a P250, and that a Mac 10. That's gotta be the molly to make sure that they're not gonna go for a quick push there. A lot of damage done through the smoke. Oh my god, Detour, does he actually go for a full triple kill? That's gonna be, is this gonna be the second ace? Are you serious? Oh, Nuke! What are you doing? Stealing a kill from your teammate? Brother! A triple through the smoke, pulls out the USB, catches one of the players, does go for the last one, but Nuke comes out and steals another ace. That could have actually been a dual ace. on 2 of the rounds. Of course, this time around it was a little bit of a cheaper buy, but they did try. Very nice play there. Wolves, they have been shocked. With an 8-4 start here on the second half. Well, that lead, it crumbled away very quickly. It was the CT side to actually surprise me here from ECLOT. I was a little bit worried after we saw the T side round. It looked bleak. But here on the CT side, it's a very different story at the moment. It seems like they're on point. The peaks are perfect. So as long as they keep that up, there's a lot more to be played for. As we are going to be waiting for that second best of 3 for today. We'll be just waiting for anybody to go for a peek here. That's going to be the smoke for the pit. And window will be covered by that smoke at the moment. Mikey is looking for a way in here. He was about to go for that peek. Well, it was just a little bit off mark. That's the short being held by 4C. Anybody who wants to go for the information maybe makes a little bit of a wrong move here. If he goes for the short connector peek right now, that's going to be Jackinho in front of him, but he could drop one. At least get the information. And Mikey with a double kill here to catch out. That was the attempt. Great play from the pit. Elive can't catch the second player, but he does a little bit damage. But it's got to be Nuke with a ridiculous hold there. And there it is. Nuke comes out with a double at the end. That's 10 on a board. Wolves, they have had a little bit of a tough time lately anyways. They usually come so close of actually winning series or even maps or whatever, but then they just absolutely choke. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on over there. Just looking at their series, they almost won against ENCE Academy today. Even the games that they have won, they always come to a third map. And usually from spots where they actually have most of the control already. Which is kind of funny. It is what it is. Let's see what happens if they continue. So, this time around, it seems like Wolves, they're thinking about a split, but one of their players from middle already being dropped. That's going to be Bilani. Horsey, again, with the op, doing a very great job through the smoke. That's going to be the catch coming out of Elive, but the op is still alive. Does miss the shot here, but the second attempt is going to be the one that actually hits. And in a 1 versus 2 with 20 kills here, Jen left in a 1 versus 2, and it's going to be the nade to take care of him. Such little HP was left. Can't really do much with it. 11 on the board. ECLOT just a round away from a map point. Meanwhile, everybody else is dancing. Oh boy. Early utility spent it. That's checking in with the first kill on the Mikey. So, that's a very good entry, I guess. Already Elive just trying to check in for a better spot. But that's going to be the push through the smoke. Bilani actually wins that fight. So that's a very nice catch. But through the plywood, there he actually comes out. Even if it's the flick. Forcing is a force of nature at this point, but it's a 1 versus 1. So it is possible for Wolves to actually make this work now. Shen using a lot of utility there to push closer to the smoke, and that's going to be Detour spotting the player to the smoke, and that is it. 12 on the board for ECLOT. 4C. Definitely a player you want on your team right now. Just hitting on all cylinders at the moment. Looking insane. A little bit of Who would have guessed that neither of the teams have played Train so far? ENCE with 28 kills, 15 deaths. So almost a 2 KD with 30 kills at this point. Flinging around with that op. Looking amazing. To be honest, catching bulk of the kills on every round so far. So as long as it keeps this up, this is just insane. There we go. Potentially the last round, especially looking how they have gone so far. This is just a single round so far that Wolves have won on the second map, and now I'm starting to understand why ECLOT decided to pick this one. They feel so comfortable on T side, CT side. Sorry, if they actually somehow fix their T side to get a little bit more on from it, Jesus Christ, this could be a insane map for them. Already through the smoke, that was the attempt. The Tech-9 trying to chase him down. That's going to be the bomb dropped at the same time. Jen with Milani, both of the players left alone here to try to wander and maybe navigate through all of the issues. That's a great play from the side. Even ENCE again stepping in with a kill. And that is a statement from ECLOT. Do not mess with our Mirage. 30 kills and 15 deaths for ENCE. A 2 KD there at the end with 30 kills. That is just insane. Congratulations for ECLOT. I doubted you for a second. That was a mistake on my end. I am sorry for that. So for Copenhagen Wolves, maybe I'm not entirely sure what to say. It was a 13-6 on Anubis, which is a little bit questionable there if that's your map pick. For ECLOT, for a second there at the start on Mirage, I thought, no, this is not going to work out. That's going to be a mistake. But on the CT side, it was just all ECLOT. We are going to be taking a little bit of a break until we hop into the second best of 3, which is going to be ENCE Academy going against, I think it was Alliance, if I remember correctly. Let me just check this information out. Yes, ENCE Academy going against the Swedes. So it's a Finland-Sweden match, a historic duo, which is going to be amazing. Let's take a little break until we hop over there. And of course, congratulations again for ECLOT and the Copenhagen Wolves. They're not out of the tournament. They just fall to the lower bracket. And after the break, we get to see who's going to go against them. See you there. Welcome to the stream, and hopefully you're having a beautiful time as we are going to be hopping into the first set of the matches for the best of three. We have to say bye-bye to the cat. So, yeah. We are going to be hopping into ENCE Academy going against Alliance, and straight off the bat, we do have a ringer for today. So, Multi seems to be not playing, if understood correctly. I'm not 100% sure about the information because I got it from the chat. Nobody else from the production actually told me anything. So there is a chance that we are seeing a replacement for Multi, but for the side of Alliance, it's going to be the full roster. That's Era, Ape, Pleasant, Twist, and Ovid joining us on a server for today. And for the maps, as we have seen the bans already, the first map is going to be Nuke. So we are going to be hopping into the favorite of ENCE Academy. And after that, we will see Dust 2 as a picked map from Alliance. And if we need it, that will be happening on... The third map will be happening on Anubis. So Anubis will be the last map where we are going to be ending this season on. And just looking at some of the percentage from the map so far, Nuke is a 55% map win rate at the moment for ENCE Academy. One of the best maps after Ancient and Mirage with 11 maps played. So that's a very large pool of a sample that we're getting at the moment. Of course, we are going to be hopping into Dust, where they have 3 maps played with a 0% win rate. So they haven't won a map on Dust 2 so far. And that's an 80% win rate for the side of Alliance with 5 maps being played. To be honest, from the side of ENCE, I actually want to see what kind of numbers they have been posting. On United 21 League Season 24, they lost against Kono 13-9, and on our own league, they lost 13-6 and 13-8 against Gen 1 and Endpoint. To be honest, Gen 1 is a very good team on Dust 2, but it's a lot of loss there. A lot of losses in a row. So, Anubis could be the way to go as long as they handle Nuke, which is a little bit of a rough map for Alliance. They don't have that much play time there, according to HLTV, just 2 maps played. Well, at least the bomb is going to be planted here behind a silo. So, it's going to be on the opposite end, closer towards the main this time around. And there seems to be a little bit of a push coming up from Alliance with 4 players. This is going to be the first step into the round. Twist catches the kill on the Miller. Multi drops Twist, and that's Era with Ape. Both of them finding their respectable kills. Making this round just work. There it is. Oh, look at that. They trolled the main league. Okay, so yeah. Seems, yeah, we have the full roster at the moment, so no Phillips. We good. And they got wrecked 13-4 on the last map, so that's a 2-1 series, so Milsey had the time to actually join us on our game. He was covering for Kaspersky. Sorry, that's a hard name to pronounce. They did win the first map, 13-8, so not a bad number over there, in a way. About how it actually went. Cool to see it. Back in the action, so yeah, they played the rest of the games, it seems like, with the coach. That's the way to go, I guess. Here we are. First kill from Pleasant, top down Swart. A little bit of a utility there for the hut. And so far the defense from Alliance looking like it's actually sticking and holding water. That's Era dropping too high. And a bit of an attempt there to catch a player outside. Era actually had the right idea there. Drops down Miltsy. And Avid is stepping in just a little bit closer from the main. That's them actually dropping the likes of Era. Very nice shot from him. Make this work just a bit better at this point. And right now, it's just a reset of the round. It's getting a little bit silent here. We haven't really seen anything that crazy yet. Hoping for these Deagles to show a little bit of a mark. Meanwhile, Teme rocking the 1 bot AK. And this is a do or die situation. You kind of want to open something up with that rifle. Or it was just a unreasonable buy in a way. Beautiful. Single door. Squeaky seems to be the way here. Door open. A molly towards the guard spot, and Ape will be just ran by. That's a great entry towards the side. Okay, ENCE Academy is actually making this a little bit more doable. Twist with alert from the back. The veteranship is showing on the server. Plays that perfectly, but that's just Millard. That was the one deagle. It's going to be Teme's AK. The question is, how many kills can he actually come up with before going down? That's the first. Goes for the second spray. Can't reset the aim. Alliance, they do clutch around, and that's going to be the rifles picked up. So an 8k on the hands of Pleasant. And Avid, well, he's enjoying the M4 at this point. Even a little bit of utility is safe for the next round. And as we are going to be seeing a buy round. Or are we? That's the question. It seems like we're actually getting utility. Yeah, this is just going to be a force buy. For a second there, I thought they could actually go for the tech, for a Galil buy. But of course, you just say for the next round, you're going to get a full buy with ops and everything that you want. Meanwhile, from the side of ENCE Academy, they do want to keep this a little bit tight. So a half buy here is going to be okay. Teme going for the full buy again, but knowing he has the money for the next round, so that's going to be okay. Enough to go for a setup. Here it is, Ape. Right idea. Spotting a couple of players coming through the smoke. He is kind of held off by himself, but he has to cover from his teammate. That is going to work out perfectly. The only thing he has to do is just hide behind the box. That's Miller's actually getting the kill. What a great attempt for a defense here from the hell, but this is actually working out a little bit better for the side of ENCE Academy at the moment. Miller comes out with a kill. That's Milty with a double. So, makes that a 2 versus 2, which keeps the CT's economy very tight. More damage they can do now, the more expensive it's gonna be for defenders. Meanwhile, for ENCE Academy, well, this was a Hail Mary with a round at the start. Now it's actually more doable. This is a possible situation. It's all about the right calls, especially with Avid holding down the lower side, depending on what kind of a bomb plant they want to go for. Alert. Spread it away from Milty. Milty is the one actually holding down the bomb here. And Avid. Here's the plan. That's Miller, still from the upper side, trying to do his best. The only thing he has to do is just find that right timing for the push. And Milty, he just has to stay alive here. As long as he can. Would be better. This is gonna be the wrap. Look at this. He's actually pushing from the back lines. I'm not entirely sure if Avid has even a question about it. Just a single tap to the back of his head. It's gonna be the bomb flash for the ramp. Spots the player on the left side of it. And right now, Twist is left inside a rock on a hard place. He actually does get the kill, but the problem is there's definitely not enough time to even think about the retake. With a half buy like that, ENCE Academy, they actually pull this round and they win it. Of course, they don't save anything. The blast radius is going to take care of that, but with a bomb plant and a win, they can actually buy into this round easily. What a beautiful round from the fence. This reminds me about ice hockey for some reason. A legendary fight between the two Nordic countries. Not Scandinavian, also. It's not a part of the Scandinavian region, which is kind of funny. Well, usually when people talk about Scandinavia, they mean Finland as well, but we're not a part of it. Lesson. First kill. That eagle is already giving its money's worth. It's a very expensive setup that has been dropped already. It's filled with very young players, new stars. Like utilities and branded kits being spent there. Well, this is just a 50-second burnout of that clock. And we're still waiting for some kind of a push here. Already with the secret control. ENCE Academy, they have a couple of setups that they can actually go for. Even if they're a man down, to be honest, they're actually in a good spot as long as the next duels that they go for, Gonna have to win them, and that's exactly what's about to happen. Schwartz actually opens up the kill against Upbait up too high with a kill on the twist. And with the side control already being gained, it's a lot more easier to hold it down against the pistols and the scrapyard weaponry. But looking at the weapons that they... Oh, that's a nice shot. And the second one from Teme as well. Ooh. Today we're seeing some very nice kills. And Era, as the AK got lost in the action, the only thing he's going to be bringing for the next round is that of FAMAS if he wants it. Now, if he wants to actually go for a couple of exit kills on top of the silo, well, there's a weapon there. He could go for a couple of kills from the secret. So as the players are trying to get up, he could burn it with that molly and maybe 200 IQ it. Now the question is, can he hold on to it? Let's see. Already knowing that a couple of the players has pushed outside, he's showing his spot there. And with the bomb, everybody goes down. Surprising that it actually launches even on top of the silo there. Cat is hanging. Can't get on top of the mixer again. Screw it up for everybody. And here we go. Early utility spent there. It's gonna be the line of the smokes to cover up the push. Right now. The players are getting into a bit of a better spot here. Again, of course, against the USBs, this is just going to be a little bit of an easier round, so... A win is not losing that many weapons and taking around. That's a nice name from Nuke. And so far, Nuke has been looking like a map that ENCE Academy. They have a couple regions of control here, but of course we're seeing it. Some of these plays against the lacking weaponry. After this round is where it actually gets serious. I want to see that one buy round with ops and everything on the table. A Glock kill would be funny. We'll see. Think about farming some money, but the problem is staying down low. Can't go for anything crazy. Kill a player, so that's 600 bucks for him. And that's gonna be the lower side control for the side of ENCE Academy now. As long as they just get the bomb down, get that timer running, we'll see. They drop another player before going down, but that's gonna be Avid with a shot onto him. And just with a singular Mac 10 brought in for the next round. I'm not entirely sure if they want to even save that. Maybe try to farm some money with it, but I think they just lost it too, so there it goes. Era with Pleasant still alive. This is one of the longest rounds. And anticlimactic. Oh, weep. Pleasant surprises one of the players. Teammate just has a little bit of a better reaction timing there. But it's gonna be Era to actually pick up that AK. Gets away with it barely. Almost goes down with the bomb there, but that's gonna be an AK for the CT side. That's actually pretty huge. So, not a bad weapon to be safe for an X1. Like I keep saying, it's usually the real gun battle where the game gets that sign of straight of how it's actually gonna work out for either of the sides. Aleksi Finland, welcome to the stream. Tervetuloa Broidy. This is where it gets interesting. So, depending how this round goes and who's going to win it, it's going to give you a little bit of understanding what kind of a game is in front of us. That's the servant utility being spent there. We'll see it's actually ready for the hot fight. It's going to be Twist to catch that trade and actually comes up with the second kill as well. So they have the lobby control. Meanwhile, ENCE has gained the side control, but they're sandwiched in, bucked in. It's a hard spot to actually try to play from. Pleasant comes out with a double kill of his own. And Teme left in a 1 versus 4, and we have seen some crazy plays from him before, but that's going to be the nade right on top of him. A little bit damage done, so the M4s can catch that one tap to the face. And that's going to be him just trying to look for a space for himself. Catches the first kill on the twist, but Era comes up with a quick trade. And that's the round for Alliance, saving 3 weapons for an X1, 2 AKs, and an AWP. And that's actually a very decent defense. Meanwhile, ENCE, they decide to go for the A-side play. Alliance, they go for the full switcheroo. Pushing in from the hut, going for the lobby control, and from there to a very quick retake of that site. He's gonna mess with the gameplay from the Finnish side. With a couple of outside players. If I remember correctly, it was like North Macedonia, and this other one was from... I don't remember. Let me check. I don't actually remember. North Macedonia, and it was Georgia. Okay, yeah, Swartz was from Georgia. There we go. But the question is that will ENCE ever have a Finnish team again? A fully finished team, and we're not talking about the prospects. Maybe, maybe not. Do ENCE prospects even have a... No, they don't have a... Okay. Okay. So, early fights. We're just going to turn on the side of Alliance. Avi just going to win that one. That's a quick trade from Swartz. I'm not entirely sure from what corner he actually found that kill from. But already with the upper side control. And oh, the well-placed AKs at the moment are just winning every single fight. That's Era left in a 1 versus 2 on top of the heaven. Just waiting for a little opportunity. Especially if they decide to go for the palm plant. With the players getting into a little bit of a better corner here. And Era kind of has to go for a little decision here. Does he want to go for the fight? That's going to be the 1-to-1 actually brought back in. It's going to be the missed op shot. Coming so close to a clutch. Too high. He actually keeps the gas on. And oh boy. Brings it back into a win. But to be honest, for the side of ENCE, that looked like a very great round that turned into a 1 versus 1. Questionably. A ballsy play from the Opper there. Almost showing us some sign of life. I have to say, in a couple of rounds that we have seen from this series already, there's a lot of action in it. This is exactly what we wanted from the game. So, a saved round in front of our eyes. Nothing to be played for so far. Meanwhile, for ENCE Academy, well, even if they lost a couple of weapons there at the end, they have a bye. And as long as they make sure that this round is going to work out for them well, without losing everybody, they're A-okay. Nice Molly there to push out the players from the boxes. Meanwhile, okay, hello. Help me out. How do you chew? And this is just a little bit more of a simplistic round. I'm really waiting for some Beagle action. Lesson and Twist, both of the players opting in with 1. This is one of the slowest rounds usually against these pistols. We've actually got much more action. From the side of the gun round so far, so this Academy really is trying to make sure that they're not getting caught off with a rifle against the pistol, so Ready to drop. That's a nice kill, but Ape with Pleasant, both the players coming up with their own. This is getting a little bit toxic at the moment. Oh, the only thing they have to do is just win the timing. They're actually getting some ridiculous kills and picking up the weapons too. Era picks up that AK. That's gonna be Pleasant. Oh, okay, then Op and an AK play at the moment, spotting the player from the double doors. They know exactly what the plan is. They have to go for the Pleasant. Goes for the fake again. 10-second timer. And that's Milsey. He knows exactly what's up. He has to go for the peak. And that's Pleasant actually clutching a full USP round. Alliance, they make it work. ENCE Academy. There's a reason you don't want to leave it to the timer. It gets hectic, and holy moly. I was so sure ENCE Academy had that on their bag, especially when once they got that B-side push. The only thing they have to do is just make sure that the smokes are going to be held in properly, but they start to lose so many members, especially on that first push. Couple of kills straight off the start. Off we go. Right back into it. It's going to be the upper side of control again. It seems like ENCE Academy, they just love this A side. With a jumping Mac 10. I think it was a Tech 9 or a Mac 10. Catches that first kill of the line. That's going to be the pump flash for Heaven. Meanwhile, the rest of the CTs looking for a way in, knowing that they won a ridiculous round before. For them to actually lose this one is going to be a little bit upsetting. Really want to catch a couple of rounds here, but just looking at the damage done towards the ENCE, only if they had the console. There's so much damage done towards the ENCE Academy side. And they're actually deciding to save the weapons. Oh boy, 10 seconds left. They could actually go for the full bombardment inside the site. They're already saving the weaponry. Oh my god, wait, I'm not entirely sure what's happening. Alliance at the last possible second decide to not go for the retake. If they decided to drop onto the site at that moment, I think they actually had a chance. That got just a little bit too close. Here we are. Avid waiting for that drop. Maybe there's a weapon in front of him. That's going to be a MP9 with some armor. Rest of the players buying in easily. Right now, we're actually having a bit of a match here. ENCE Academy on the lead with a round. Alliance, well, they're looking into actually bring it back to the tie again. Now it's all about the T-side rounds. What are we about to see there? This wasn't a very good match map for the side of Alliance, but they decided to leave it on a pool, so maybe there's something there. Just looking at the percentage against, don't really remember. Yeah, it was 0% at the moment from the HLTV score. Only 2 maps played. They lost both of them. So... oh no, actually they won against Navi. 13 to 10. Not that bad. Lost against Johnny Speeds, 13 to 10. Very close. MA. Opens up the round, doing on the twist. That's a very nice answer from Ape. Blessing comes out with his own. Top of the box. Has that crosshair placement on top, but he wins the fight actually against Era towards the hell. And Avid MA there, that's going to be the kill from Ape. And ENCE Academy, they're just losing players left and right at this point. Which is going to leave them a little bit shallow. That's the sound of the printer finally being ready. Don't let it keep you up there. So, already spent from Pleasant. Looking at the weaponry from ENCE Academy, there's nothing. Just a single deal from Milty. Hoping for a frag reel here. Yeah, I wouldn't hate the idea if they decided to go. Yeah, they don't actually have the last bonus, so no. That might have been a wrong idea. If they go for a full save, they can actually buy something on the second round. With that, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Of course, nobody's holding the lobby so far. That's going to be Pleasant with the kill outside. And so far, the round is actually looking pretty decent. Nothing crazy. Alliance looking to bring this to a lead. Now the nades are coming in. Oh, that's gonna work out perfectly. Avid and Era, the double nades work to a T. I think that was actually a triple nade setup there. Era drops one of the players with an AWP, and that's gonna be the last pick from Pleasant. And that's 6 on the table. ENCE Academy with 5. To be honest, on the T side, that's enough. As long as you have a CT defense. Know how to play up your own map pick. But of course, you always want more. So for them to actually make this a 6-6 would be the best way to go around. ENCE Academy, the last buy of the half. That's going to be the 8Ks, 1 Galil on the hands of 2 high. And Miller walking the AWP. We haven't actually got that many AWP duels so far. It's been mostly just some chaotic situations. But very little action from the main AWP out there. Miller showing a little bit of his head, almost getting caught off from the first salvo, but he actually does trade the kill outside. That's going to be Pleasant going down after the kill on the Milsey. But the lobby control works out so well from the side of Alliance. That's Avid and Ape. Both of the players finding a kill without getting contested. A little bit of damage done to Avid, and that's it. Swartz with Miller left in a 2 versus 4. And we have seen some of these rounds being converted, but this time around it's going to need a lot from them. Some very clean kills. Huge mistakes from the side of Alliance. Maybe ultimate amount of mistakes. It was a ridiculous situation. Just shoot the other player. Of course, hindsight is 20/20, but even if that situation is 3 versus 2, you spot one of the players on the side, just shoot him in the head. We go from the catwalk. I'm gonna call this gold or something like that. Finish. Teams have some weird callouts. That nade is almost perfect. It actually doesn't get the kill at all. There's a player on the other side of the silo, Avid. The only thing he has to do is just stay alive. That's gonna be his teammate coming in to help. And an absolute cut down from the catwalk. Ape catches the last kill, and that's 7-5. And looking at the kills, Pleasant 14-5 on the server, almost a 3 KD at the moment. Teme 13-10, so 1.3 for him. And the second players, well, everybody else is a little bit underneath that scoreline there. Could have hoped for a little bit more from them. Go. Quick push from the vents towards the lower site. That's going to be 3 of the players already through. I think that was the 4 players as well. Already ENCE Academy actually going for the rotation here. That's going to be one of the tags on the Miltsy. Taking a shot to the face from that 9mm. But this will be the full push coming in from the ramp already from the wall. These pistols are actually working up for some very good kills, but Teme comes out with 2 of his own. He needs to get a full ace here to actually make this round work. Avid stepping a bit away from the ram spot here. I think Teme is just going to go for a save of that armor and it gets. It's going to be the right call on this situation. A 1 versus 3 without actually even spotting 2 of the other players. It's just going to be insanely hard. And ENCE Academy, they have to be fine with the fact that Alliance, they are posting number 8. Wait a minute, what's happening here? Okay, he's just making money at the moment. $900 for him, jumping around, actually saving his weapon. That was funny. But if it works, it works. Who am I to judge? There we go. 3 rounds of a lead from side of Alliance, and if they keep this up, that's going to be a bit of a problem from the side of ENCE Academy. It's flying around. And so far, we haven't actually seen that much fight from some of the stars on the Finnish side. I was really hoping to see some pop action today. Up A. Rocking the Mac 10 with Twist. Knowing that there's going to be a little bit of a broken buy on the other side. ENCE Academy going for whatever they can. That's going to be the M4, a couple MP9s, a 5.7, even a Deagle. A couple of flashes too. And of course the scissors from the last round on MA. But if they lose this round, that's where it really can go tits up. No money for the next one. You have to kind of go for a double save there just to recoup the money lost. Even at that point, it's not going to be perfect. Meanwhile, for Alliance, that is just going to be 10 rounds on the board. That's going to be the entry kill for them. But Milty does catch one behind the box. The problem is the quicker trade wins out. And Arvid actually even comes out with his own kill here. Mistook him for the second other Finnish player. Right now, ENCE Academy. The only weapon surviving is Teme. Right now, the question is, should he go for it? Should he save the weapon? What is about to happen? To be honest, it's a little bit better to have that 1 M4 in the next round. Maybe he can do some star plays by himself. Get a couple of kills. Maybe give the pistols a chance. The rest of the end squad, they could actually go for like a P250 armor or something like that. Save for a couple of rounds anyway, so might take that full potential. Nice catch on to Teme, and that's the round done. 5-9. ENCE Academy. Still haven't bitten into any of these rounds on the CT health. So far, looking very good for Alliance. There we go. Buy still strong from the side of Alliance, so especially with that Mac 10, they could actually go for any of the entries they're looking for, just to farm a little bit of money. ENCE Academy posting for the players outside. They are going to be swapping that setup just a little bit, but still, with just simplistic USBs, any of these holes are almost going to be impossible. That's going to be the double nade outside, so anybody holding main, they're not going to have a good time. Did leave the spot though. And Schwartz with Miller, both of the players, starting to hover on that spot where a single AK bullet is going to drop them. That's the full push, and oh, it's just a shooting gallery at this point. They know exactly what's about to happen. Full control from Up and Twist, only losing one player, and that's Era. Twist actually surviving with 2 HP. And so far, for Alliance, it's almost been perfect. And this is where ENCE Academy, they get to buy the first time for reals. For realzors. For actualities. For realsies. So it's the op and force from utility, and we're starting to hover on that spot where they kind of have to win this round. If they don't win this one, we are coming very close to that spot where it's almost impossible to recoup after that. Or some perfect CS has to be played. The utility spent. Pleasant just taking a little bit damage from the first touch. And the Swedes actually starting to look like a little bit of a team here. Silence of the Lambs. That's going to be the outside smokes. make that wall. Meanwhile, ENCE Academy, they don't seem to be biting to any of this. They are going to be switching the player from heaven to get a little bit closer from for that outside attack, but it's not happening. This seems to be Alliance, just setting up a push towards the A side. So still waiting for a lobby crunch, but as it never happened, this is a perfect timing to actually go for the full push. So if it worked for ENCE, it might actually work for them. Perfect timing on that swing with one spray. Avid comes out with a double to open up the side, and I think the round is basically done. Schwartz does make it a double kill for himself, but Miller's confused with a knife on his hands, doesn't even get away from that fight. And this is just an absolute bash off the CT side. Alliance making this look ridiculously easy at the moment. Perfect timing on that entry. A perfect swing, knowing that there's a molly just coming in. They might actually go for a little bit of a hold there, but not fully ready for it. Avid just opens it up by I think the player behind the silo was flashed with that first entry. Until the player a little bit closer to the hut, that worked out perfectly. ENCE Academy. There's not even wounds to lick. At the moment, it's just a giant gaping hole from those rifles. And somebody said something wrong in the chat. Just because Alliance is winning ENCE Academy at the moment doesn't mean that Sweden is better than Finland. Finland is always better. That's where we win every single time in ice hockey as well. So, thank you. We're just better. Oh boy. Getting a bit closer to the end. And this is exactly what I was talking about, that if they lose the previous round, that's where it gets a little bit stingy. The weaponry that they get to buy, FAMAS's with M4s, meanwhile, the money is looking great on the side of Alliance, and they're just a round away from a map point from the air. Schwartz actually catches one of the players. This is going to work out perfectly. FAMAS is actually dropping the players pushing outside. And Miller comes up with a double of his own, picks up the AK. Still keeps this idea alive, I guess. I'll pay with Arvid. They could think about... They could actually go for a couple of kills here. They're gonna go down with the style. So, the more weapons you drop, the less they actually have on the next round. So you can buy up fully without a problem there. Nice shot from Ape. I think it's just a little bit more expensive, and I think Too High has the right idea here. As long as he stays away from the fight... Ooh. If he just went for a little bit of a shoulder peek, he's done. This is Miller just making sure that nobody's going to be pushing to the lower side. Jump left, jump right. Right. Nice. That's the first kill. Ooh. If that was just a bit more sloppy from the side of teammate, there might have been a bomb plant involved on this round, but okay. There at the end, they do handle it. They lose a couple of the weapons, but it's not the end of the world. They actually do control the round fairly decently. So, they... ENCE Academy save a couple of those AKs, but for the rest of the team, it's just going to be an M4 buy. Right now, from Alliance... Molotov in front of the squeaky here. That's not burning. That's a lot of utility spent without an actual push so far. Right, just making sure that all those crannies are going to be CT side free. And ENCE is just making sure they're not going to go for that A side push again. It worked out so well the last time. Almost perfectly. There we go. Minute 5 left on the clock. Bit of a smoke to cover up main. Nice pop blast there from Too High. And right now, we're just burning time. 35 seconds left on the clock. Alliance. They're looking for that perfect opportunity, but nothing has really happened so far. But Microsoft with a very good kill. That's going to be the peak coming in from heaven as well. They have that perfect sandwich spot at the moment. Avid entries the side again. And, well, it's not going to be a rush towards the upper side, but this one works as well. Swartz. 1 versus 4. None of the players even low. Headshotable, though. So, Avid, if he puts a 5.53, 5.56 on his head. There's a kill, I guess. Meanwhile, for the rest of the team, Alliance will be saving 4 weapons for the next round. This is just... Even at the map point, they have a great economy at this point. I'm not entirely even sure what to say here. ENCE Academy on their own map. I have to say, there has been a couple of hiccups here and there. And mostly, it looks like they're not ready for what's about to come. So the amount of information they're gaining on the CT side is very low. And they're giving a lot of space for Alliance to work with. So, for an execution team, that's going to work out perfectly. Meanwhile, for the CT side, that means that they're just bleeding rounds at this point. And soon there won't be any blood to bleed. GG, that heaven player. That was rough. But yeah, he got just swung into. But it looked like it was ready for a second there. Again, entry kills from Avid. With the buy from the side of ENCE Academy. I have to say that this might be a bit of a swan song so far. 6 might be all they get if they're not gonna get their heads into it right now. Nice catch from Pleasant. Robbing Millard. It's gonna be the smoke to cover up the main. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, with a couple of frags already up, the only thing they have to do is basically just wait. And Alliance, they have no problem playing the time. But this is going to work out for them so well. Some panicky plays from the side of ENCE, especially as they have a double hold towards the ramp. That might push some of the players to go for a play just like that. Too high. At the moment, trying to be the hero of the round. Doesn't really get the opportunity, and this is just going to be a full ramp push. Spotting one of the players down. Pleasant is just holding the backlines. Avid catches the quick trade. And that's actually Temek getting 1 more kill, but Pleasant with a quick trade again makes it happen. Too high left in a 1 versus 3 from the... I'm not entirely sure what I'm seeing at the moment, but that's a insane kill, I guess. Molotov being spent there with the bomb underneath him. And yeah, that was one of the most confusing endings to Nuke in a while. It's kind of hard to be hypey about that because that was just very Alliance-sided, and that was ENCE's own map pick. And to be honest, Alliance, they basically don't even have any Nuke information at the moment, so that's interesting. I'm not entirely sure what to say. A 55% map win rate for ENCE didn't really work out as a pick, and Alliance, they actually got their third game on that map on HLTV, so finally they're gonna get that stat up. We are going to be hopping into that's DOS. So that's a 80% map win rate for the side of Alliance with 5 maps played, and for ENCE Academy they have 3 maps played on the map with 0 wins. So they have basically been nostalgic on that map big time. 8-13, 6-13, and 9-13 against Endpoint, Gen 1, and Kono. Let's take a little break and hop back into the second map and check out what's about to happen on Dust 2. Meanwhile, we're just waiting for maybe a miracle for the side of ENCE Academy. So let's take a little break and check out what's about to happen on the second map. Po. We're hopping back to, or into Dust 2. This is going to be the first Dust 2 for the day. And I have to say, okay, this is going to actually be a little bit of a banger as we're going to be hopping into Alliance's own pick. The pick to solve it all. Now the question is, can we actually keep this up? And ENCE Academy, after their own nuke that got a very horrible start and even almost a more horrible ending there, we are going to be fine with what we are seeing. So, a very slow start here. It's going to be Alliance actually starting on the T side. Playing a very slow start here as they're not actually going to go for a quick play. Finally, getting a little bit closer from long. And Miller is ready for that middle pop, but he can actually see some feet from the T's cross here. Gonna be the first step of the fight. Ape opens up the side with a kill onto High. And Multi comes out with his own kill to Pleasant. So that's a 1-to-1 swap. Meanwhile, Multi actually catches one of the players pushing in from the short. So that's a very nice catch. But Abid comes out with double of his own. And that's Teme with a shot to the face, 2 from the dualies here. And Gandalf already been occupied, and a very nice catch. And it's gonna be Teme with the last 2 kills there at the end. Makes it happen. Clutches around. And gets the defuse.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Holy moly. 1-0. So, if there ever was a chance to get on a decider map here, this is exactly the type of start ENCE Academy is looking for. The more they can actually pull away from here, the better. Right now, catching a bit of an off start, but there's still a whole series to be played. Right, just waiting on the other side of those doors. It's gonna be the one single pop flash to make sure. He's going to empty his load there. Miller just going for a couple of jump peeks here. Making sure that anybody trying to play from the underground can't be spotted, gets the information, backs off. No reason to go for anything crazy yet. Alliance just getting into those nooks and crannies to go for the setup here. So far, we have a setup on its way. Damage. Done right now, Ape catches the kill on the Schwartz. It's a quick trade from Miller, but already losing the short control. That's huge. But a nice catch from Miller. Catches one of the heads on the crossing, but there's more, and it's going to be the double challenge. They are actually a little bit sloppy there. It's a good nade. And Miltsy knows that the player actually left short to go back towards the B side with that huge over rotation. At the moment, they have the full B side control. They don't know that there's a player very close to them. It's going to be the first and the second kill from Pleasant. And what a great opportunity for them to go for that quick little switch. It works out for a round. Nearly perfectly. Amazing to see Alliance not panicking and going for some crazy plays. A nice understanding of what's been happening on the round and just going for that quick rotation. There we are. Obvious classic start there. This will be a save coming out from the side of ENCE Academy. And, or actually, sorry, a force spy. That's what I meant to say. So 3-5-7 Deagle and then Scout here. What could be actually the better staple for Dust 2 than a Deagle in the hands of Milty? Very great place has been spotted on this map. With that combo. There goes the smoke. Just to make sure it's covering the CP spot if they want to go for a split. Right, there's a player behind that door, and that actually works out for a quick kill. Even a drive-by Deagle. This is exactly what I was talking about. Oh boy, the third kill already. He's actually gonna go for all of them, but finally getting stopped. The Deagle coming in the action. Oh, a little bit of a sloppy spray there from Ovid, and he loses his teammate Era. Now this is actually much more doable at the moment. Ovid, with the scout trying to hunt down these two players. If neither of them actually go for the peek here, it's gonna be a little bit of a problem. He actually picks up the bomb. It's gonna be a little bit of damage done to him. Lashes the players. And they might actually think that this is going to be a B-side play, but no, this is a full A-side swing. Avid is missing so much time here, actually not jumping the first time onto the catwalk, but finally gets on top of it. So, the bomb planted on the other side of those boxes. Avid was sure that it's going to be a little bit of a push there from Long. 20 HP, he has to go for the clutch, and it's going to be too high with just a single tap to the head. A full 10-second defuse. It goes tits up Miltsy with a triple kill on this round. And I have to say, some of those shots were while moving. So, yeah. Deagle for the win. Welcome to Counter-Strike. Söderkulle. I'm not entirely even sure what that means. Oh, it's a place. Okay. Why did I remember that suddenly? I'm not entirely sure. Weeds. That's a beautiful M4. Already utilities spent from Alliance. Losing a very important round there. Actually giving ENCE Academy a very nice boost back into the game. You don't like seeing. Right now, Twist will win his own fight against Schwartz. And as the bomb is going down, Alliance, the full A-side control. We haven't actually seen most of the action here. They just walked onto the side somehow. Full ENCE Academy, not holding on to it. Abby, up the likes of Dame. That's build to the kill on the Bless, and then at least a nade to be used there, but they will be losing most of their weaponry here. And to be honest, one of the players still being hunted from most of the spots is going to be the flash overhand. Miltsy finally taken care of. And only a weapon will be safe for the next round. That's on Millard. Kaboom goes the bomb. And Alliance, they step back into the winning ways right after losing the first round. For a 2-0 victory. This map is heavily needed. And it is their own pick, so you would think that they want to actually continue their craziness over here. So for a round like this, we're actually seeing a similar buy from that round 3 disaster. An M4, MP9, and a couple of 5.7s here. Meanwhile, for Alliance, well, they have money for everything. They want it. Is going to be brought on to the table. Teme with a double kill to open it up. Are you serious? Again, a similar round. Teme this time around is going to make the triple kill happen with that 5.7. And most of Alliance will be taken down without a hiccup so far. So this is just Avid left in a 1 versus 5. And they're basically gonna just donate their buy for the ENCE Academy side. What a ridiculous round. Exactly the start they were looking for. Here's a couple of the shots there. That's Ovid catching Miller at least. Gonna jump over Swartz, but he will be taken care of. And that's just a weapon lost to the side of ENCE Academy. And just look at that. 4 AKs stolen for the next round. And at the moment, I'm a little bit questioning. I'm just questioning what the hell is that Alliance doing? With the lesser weaponry, they're actually playing better than with the full buy here. Here we go. It's gonna be the entry kill from Millard. Catch Ovid. So round number 6 actually starts off very well for the Fence. They might want to actually keep this up. We'll see. That's just a kill on the Twist. That's going to be one of the lowest players being lost to, and everybody's just going down at the same time. They may actually even shoot his own teammate just to make sure. And there we are. As we are going to see a save round coming in from Alliance. Maybe a little bit of a timeout could be the way to go. To reset that mentality. Maybe even the momentum from ENCE. And just get those bearings back in. This is just getting a little bit crazy at the moment. Nice volley there at the start. That's going to be the one flash that they had, and it's going to be used at the wrong possible timing, so nobody is actually going to come out victorious here. The CT side is just going to respect the push, so giving them a little bit more space. The more space they're playing with these rifles, the better. To be honest, we haven't actually seen an op coming into play yet. That's just one of the kills towards the pit. Nice AK control, and that's going to be the rest of the team to go down. Alliance absolutely wrecked on this push, but only with Glocks. They weren't hoping for much. This is going to be another buy from them. So 8Ks, like the Lille that's going to be bought in at the start. Looking at the rest. The buy, that's going to be the second Galil coming in. ENCE Academy. Are they finding a little bit of a fire here? At the start, maybe? Getting Alliance into a money lock would be the way to go, too. It's the early utility spent there. Spotting one of the players holding the cross. And just a Molotov to make sure nobody's going to be pushing towards that B side for free. And the Finns, with a 3-round lead, the only thing they have to just do is keep this going. From Alliance, it's basically going to need a little bit of a reform here. Here we go. From middle, getting a little bit closer here. This is gonna be the split towards the B side if they decide to choose the right side here. A has 4 players in it. The only thing they need to win is just that single or duel towards the B side, but the problem is they don't have the information. It seems like they're actually starting to push towards the A short here, and Miller is gonna be the first one in line to try to fight against the full breach here. That's going to be the molly to be spent for the short. And it burns out Era just a little bit, but it's just a warning sign, nothing else. That's gonna be the utility spent. Nice catch from Miller. Goes for the seconds. That's Pleasant finally stepping in with at least a kill, but the problem is they have lost a little bit control here. Ape drops down too high. And that's gonna be the high flash, but no time. And the bomb left in the no man's land. This is just automatically going to be around for the side of ENCE Academy. That's 6 on the board. Now the question is, why did Alliance pick this map? They look like a fish out of water on the T side at the moment. These very slow plays amounting to nothing. And ENCE Academy, simplistic duels, and it works out for them. That's the smoke for the Cubby. Missed, but it doesn't matter. Up. We've already messed up the setup once. And Alliance are just looking for a bit of a way to get back in here. Gonna be the name for short, so a little bit more time and it could have been a perfect timing. Just spending that one smoke to get back quick. Potential split towards the A side, but nobody's actually gonna be doing the splitting. This is just gonna be the pistols getting right in here. Ape catches the first kill with the deagle. That's a great way to open up the site. But now they have to actually keep this up. Avid comes out with a kill on to Scorch. That's gonna be Milsey with 1 and actually make that a second one. Avid catches the trade. That's Teme with 1. And Era catches the trade again. And Miller left in a 1 versus 2. Ape getting a little bit closer towards the short. This might be the impossible situation. Doesn't catch the headshot. That's an AK picked up and a molly towards the side. He spots the player. He knows exactly where he's playing from. Miller's already running against the side, just waiting for that peek to happen. Jumps on top of the box. Gets taken care of from the back. Alliance, they finally post a number on the board. That got very questionable there at the end. But it still works out. Was the simplistic buy. Just a little split smoke there. To make them think that the actual push is coming in from the middle and short at the same time. Maybe they decided to go for a A-side split, which is a little bit more rare on a map like this. The distance to cover is so long in a way. But yeah, just full 5, pushing. First side at the perfect timing, good flashes. One of the players actually getting behind the Gandalf so quickly is a key way to open up this map. It's too high, catching it still onto Ape, but it's a quick trade. Nobody's actually checking underneath the tunnels here, and that's going to be Milsey with Teme. Both of the players finding the kills. Milsey even finding a spot to get away from here. That's the smoke on top of the smoke. Molly, sorry. And Milsey regains control. Getting back towards that B side. And after just a victory, Alliance looking to push back. West pushing on towards the side will be taken care of at the start, and that's Milsey protecting the B side until the end. Nice triple to make it happen. Right at the start. We're starting to see some problems here for Alliance. They actually decided to go for this map pick, which is a little bit crazy. But I did say it earlier today. Jesus. Dust 2 and Mirage, one of those maps that you really don't want to use as a home map. Unpredictable. Basically, everybody knows how to play it so far, so... It is what it is. On control. The time and push. We'll see. We'll be taking the first bulk of the damage at the start. Going to be swapped for a glass cannon. Meanwhile, that's a nice kill from Plastic Gold at the side. The Tech 9 comes out as a powerful duo, but finally the CTs are starting to step back in. The Deagle trying to fight for just a kill. Era comes up with the scout to open up the short, and Miltsy left with 8 points of health. And I think this is just going to be a call for a save, unless he tries to go for a quick peek from line. And that's exactly what he's going to do. The bomb will be planted behind the box, and Era has no idea where this peek is coming from. He has to be a little bit careful, especially as the scope is coming in. And it's going to be the dual push. And they make sure that the round falls for the side of Alliance. Here we are, just a step closer to the end. One more round on the board to make this happen. Ovid left the round lurking. The B-side entrance. Anybody who wants to go for the information. Miller actually starts off the round with a kill. Drops Pleasant from the suicide, so there's a reason we call it that. A long peek coming out. Spotting one of the players on the elevator. That's going to be the Molotov to push him out. And a nice shot from Gandalf. Miller actually comes out with a second kill of the round so far. Nobody's actually going for the trades. And they kind of need to step up here. The problem is they're losing so many members left and right. Ovid actually finds a kill through the smoke, so that's something. It's going to be the side control lost and a beautiful push through the smoke. We go. Works. Pulls it back to 2 versus 2 from Goose. It's gonna be the attempt. On top of the bomb he goes, but Avid, he has the time, and unfortunately too high. Even with the kits, he doesn't. Yeah, that's done. 0.20 on the timer. That was the only thing he needed to pull that round into a win. That was a nice clutch in a way, though, but it wasn't enough. We go for more. Okay. Taking a long pose here. This is going to be the pistol round, so for both of the teams. This could be a beautiful start for ENCE Academy to make this attempt to get it to that 10, or Alliance to bring it back to a tie. Be the best way to go around it. Nice Era, first one in line to go for any of these picks. He gets tacked down to 8 points of health. Still actually trying to go for the 5, which is a little bit crazy. As Warch will find the first kill. That's going to be Avid. Second one in line with those dualies. Through the smoke if they try to go. These pistols are going to do the bulk of the work. Oh, peppering them through the smoke. Not that much damage done. They do drop down Swartz, so that's at least something there at the start. Twist is just hoping for those boxes to come into use so he can actually go for a couple of taps. Love taps there. Drops down Teme. That's a little bit more damage done to Miltsy. And finally, he will be trying to get his ass on towards that short, but the problem is gets stacked down very low. Too high catches that one kill, but Avid comes up with a quick trade on the Millers. And Avid even drops down Milksy too high, left alone in a 1 versus 2 and taken care of. And here we go. At least Alliance, they pull it to a 6. Everybody's hands are shaking so far. Now the question is... we're hopping into round 14. Now, ENCE Academy, they did win a couple of ridiculous pistol rounds before. The question is, can they actually make something like that happen again? Falcon's getting absolutely wrecked at the moment. Go. One of the slowest rounds so far. That's gonna be arrow with twist. Catching a couple of these easy kills. Blocks trying to do their best, but of course, even with a headshot, as long as there's a helmet, not really gonna do anything. And to be honest, even without it, we're gonna need a couple of shots. So, Block is a kind of a funny weapon in this game. As we are hopping into round 15, Alliance bringing this to a tie. Now it's all about keeping this up. For ENCE Academy, of course, it's not even close to being over. So there's the nice win over here. Could actually destroy the money from Alliance's side. Start gaining some much needed momentum. The loss here is going to be a very nice start for Alliance, especially if they get to pick those weapons up. The only thing that they have to be focusing on is their economy. And right now, ENCE Academy propped up towards middle. They could actually go for whatever setup they want here. Looking at the utility too, basically, there's enough smokes to smoke out everything at this point. So whatever play they're looking for, it's all about the execution. With the short players getting a little bit closer towards the mid portion. And this seems to be a breach towards the B side. That's going to be the flash. Already one of the players rotating back into the doors. Swartz leading the peak into middle. And not spotting absolutely anything. This could be the call for them to understand that, oh, there might be a push coming in. And not a singular smoke from the CT side. But they could actually start to cover some of those pushes. Especially that flash is going to work out perfectly. But it's not going to be enough. Avid! What kind of a spot is that? And Swartz absolutely destroys Blessed on the hold. That is a ridiculous spot to be holding. Especially when you know that middle is about to be breached. And absolutely wrecked on that hold. That is just I'm not entirely sure what the read was. But that is a way too open position to hold. Knowing what's about to happen. ENCE Academy, basically with a perfect execution. Not losing a player so far. This could be the way to actually pull it back. Now looking at the money from Alliance, they can buy for another one, but the problem is that as they save a couple of those MP9s, they need to be planted into a spot where they're actually useful. Now, if they decide to go for example, middle control or push on towards the lower dark, that's something that could work with those weapons. Meanwhile, there's a technical pause inside the server. Something is wrong. It is not good. Because that's not good. After a little break there, we are going to be hopping back into the match. Looking at the buys from both to the side. ENCE Academy rocking full buy, no problem. That's going to be the couple of the M4s brought back in. Milty already starting around with a kill on the Blessed. So that's one of the M4s already dropped. I'm not entirely sure what kind of a start that is from Alliance, but considering what happened in the last round, this isn't starting that much better. Ape will be the first force to try to hold on to the double doors here. And while the rest of the CT is trying to wonder, why in earth did they pick this map? Turns towards long. That's Swartz already with a kill. Miller comes out with the second one. Avid only catches one, but Milty makes sure that this round is going to be theirs. Nothing to be safe for the next one. ENCE Academy posting a 9 on the board, and to be honest, this is starting to look like a little bit of an ENCE map pick. Not entirely sure what's happening with some of these map picks, especially from this level of the games. There's so much unstableness on these map picks. It feels like it's a roulette so far. Whatever can happen. Here we go. Fights on long again working. These pistols can't really find a break at this point. And it is just going to be a full bash. I'm gonna nade towards the car just to make sure if anybody's holding it. And that's just an absolute shutdown. 10 on the board Alliance. With a little reach around. There we go. Too high. It's gonna be the explosion spent there. A nice pop flash. The wall there to make sure that they have just a bit of a push back. This is going to be a buy round, of course. Catches the first kill from short. Great way to open up the round. Sports not really taking a longer stick on that one. Oops, the HUD just got an update there. Not entirely sure what that's about, but okay, works out. Like it. Oh, I think Swartz dropped out. No, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe somebody dropped the server. Not sure. We're gonna get that information in 1 second. This might be a B-side split with 4 players this time around. So the last time they went for this worked out perfectly. Maybe it's gonna work out again. That's Twist with the first kill. Avid only gets 1. Both the players has been dropped on the defense, but they still have a player inside, and it's gonna be pleasant to push in at the perfect time and to catch one of those kills. The MA will be going down, but the bomb will be planted too high. Still fighting. The North Macedonian player looking for a way back in here. He's just hoping for a shot to the face of any of these players to make this a 1 versus 1. That's the first kill needed already. Inside the window. The second one towards the door. It's gonna work out, but the USB handles the situation. But that comes very close for Too High to actually win that round. Alliance on a brink of a loss there. They do win it, but it's going to cost them severely. Here we go. It's the Miller Control lost era. Opens up the first kill against Miller. Sports closing in from short. And actually catches the kill on the Twist. That's a little bit of a sloppy work from the CT side. Multi catches the second kill on the Pleasant. And this is exactly the start that they're looking for. A couple of key positions already being taken down. Oh, that's a spot. Scorch. Life blast. Knows that he has to be backing off. The op shot barely grazes the box there. That was just a quick smoke for Swartz. I actually wins the fight against Ovid, and it's a 2 versus 4 with the players on the other side of the map. I think ENCE, they're definitely finding their 11 right now. 1 second, boys. There we are. Oh. That is some sloppy work from Alliance so far. Having a couple of issues there on the T side, even here on the CT side on their own picked map. Doesn't even feel like it. And this is just going to be the shutdown. Wait a minute, there's a couple of kills from those USBs, but that's all they wrote. Wards looking for a kill, and that's gonna be Era from the lower dark, looking for a way to maybe grab a weapon. Anything could be okay for him so far. You can actually hide those weapons, so yeah, that works. Great idea. Here we go. Bomb will be planted, and that's basically the round. Era with a singular 5-7 at the moment, maybe wondering where the weapons are. If he takes a jump there, he might actually spot them. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's the right idea. Unfortunately, that spot is just a little bit too deep for his little hands. That's a nice kill from Schwartz to drop down Era. And that's map point on the table. Alliance's own pick. I have a very strong feeling we're seeing Anubis today. Oh, these matches today are just... Or to be honest, in the series has been just insane. Early op duels from both sides won't land a shot. And here we are, looking for that first contact. It seems like ENCE Academy, they're actually gonna revert to holds behind that B side. They didn't really go for that many exchanges of anything, so this is just gonna be basically a raw B side push, as they are getting a little bit closer towards that spot there. And Ovid is up just a little bit closer towards that corner. That's going to be a beautiful nade. It's a little bit damaged towards Teme. The utility that's been spent. Avid catches the glimpse, and if nobody actually checks this spot here, this could be him actually coming with a couple of kills. The problem is he focuses on the first point of the attack at the wrong timing. And already with a ban behind. That's a very nice shot actually coming in from Twist. That play works out for one. And they actually have the man advantage, especially with the peak. Oh, Shuhai kind of lost in the sauce there. But Milzi does drop Era. This is a 2 versus 2 with both of the players pushing from those smokes already onto the site. Testing the smokes just to make sure they actually do find one. That's going to be Milzi to drop. And Shuhai left the 1 versus 2. And from that spot, Uppe jumping towards the window finds that kill, and that's going to be Alliance barely with a retake. There's an op in the window. And Alliance, they make this a 9, but 3 rounds will be needed just to make this work. But this is still a long way to go. Tactical pals from ENCE Academy. Might be a good idea here. Just to have a little bit of a conversation. How they want to take care of the rest of these rounds, especially as they have money. Even for the next round if they lose everything here. We go. More to be given, more to be seen. fights being made possible. Twist already actually pushing in from middle. Catches one of the kills, and he's just lurking here at the moment. That's a lot of space for one player, especially with Pleasant's second kill. Drops down Schwartz. If he decides to push through those doors, it's going to be a little bit of a questionable spot for him at the moment, but I'm not entirely sure how Twist... Oh yeah, he was on the other side of that corner. Not back. On top of the smoke, that's at least going to be one of the trade kills coming in from Teme. And Pleasant catches that early grave, but it doesn't matter. So far, looking very good. For Alliance. Now, the only thing they have to do is just keep this blow up. Flash there. Abid takes out the peak onto Teme and leaves Milty alone. Well, to 26. There's a little bit over of 2K. Yep. So that's yes. And here we are. Just a couple of more rounds for an up overtime. Damage. And that's gonna be just the exchange with those mollies, nothing else. That's going to be the first contact, but from the CT side, they haven't taken an inch of damage so far, so it's a great start for them. Just Alliance. Into a little bit of a hefty spot here. B-side execution seems to be the way, with Pleasant in between them. Teme, first time he could actually go for the peak. Pleasant loses his life, the worst possible time. And B-side will be fully open. Teme comes out with the second entry. That's at least going to be Era with one of the kills in between. He needs more with the rest of the team, but Millard makes it happen against Twist. And already outside the door, that's going to be the last of the few fights. And ENCE Academy. They might have made it just happen. 13-10, we are hopping into Anubis. A little bit of a questionable ending there, especially as it is Alliance's own map pick, absolutely destroying ENCE on their own pick. And then when we hop into Dust, it just doesn't seem to work. I'm not entirely sure what else to say there, except nice comeback from ENCE to actually make this a 3-map series. We're going to take a little bit of a break and hop back into Anubis and check out what's about to happen there. Take a little break. See you there. Welcome back to the stream and back into the game as we're going to be hopping into Anubis for the third map, and this is going to be, of course, the ninth round to pick the sides here and to see what's actually going to happen with this game. As well, both of the teams picking their own maps kind of lost it. This is Miltsy with 2 high left and 1 versus 2 Pleasant. Low HP, single slice and dice, and that's going to be it. And that will be ENCE Academy. Starting with a pick on the last map as a decider to see what's actually going to happen here. Of course, the winner is going to be going forward on the playoffs, and the loser, well, they're not out of the tournament. They're just going to drop to the lower bracket. And to be honest, just checking out some of the information so far, how the brackets has been going. If I remember correctly, that was going to be against the loser of today. Let's just check that out and make sure that that is correct. Yeah, so it is going to be against Copenhagen Wolves, as one of the teams are gonna be dropping towards that lower bracket, and the winner will go against ECLOT on the later on series. Meanwhile, we have some of the games ready for us. It's gonna be Freezy against Aurora on the upper bracket, and on the lower bracket, Gen 1 going against Endpoint. So that will be the situation of it. Actually starts off the round with a couple of kills there. That's Blesser with 1 shot on the Milty. And you have to be kidding me that Alliance actually do find a second win here for the third map, considering how horribly Dust 2 went for them. That's Warts. Catching a shot on the Twist at least. Avid. Trying to hunt for that last kill here. It's going to be the jump into the action, and Swart will catch at least 1, but it's going to be Pleasant with up A. Gain the control of the round and come out victorious. Victorious. Go. In order to be regained. There's the full push from the Ace platform. This is just going to be a quick rush towards the Ace side. There's just a player holding on to it. So, wait a minute. They're actually going to revert this into a Canals push. Just holding on to the water, making sure that anybody who wants to go for the pick here. We are about to see the light of God. As there's there's 1 Deagle and a couple of blocks here holding that same angle. Right now, the round. Well, if he didn't pick on the first 40 seconds, he might not do it at all. It's Academy finally getting the gist. And they will be turning their aim back towards the A side. There's a little bit of a setup here already, so actually pretty okay. It's going to be the quick swing. The first kill, getting a little bit sloppy. That flash is going to be perfect, but they're thankfully blind. Catches one of those kills. But that's all he gets. A lot of weapons actually saved on both of this round, sorry. M4s to MP9s will be brought into the second half. What am I saying? Third round, sorry. Like I'm getting a little bit tired already. Feels like it's been a long week. There it is. An off-bot for Era. Maybe their early utility there. Cover up the middle. And it's kind of cool to see that Alliance are actually going for a little bit more of a middle play. Pleasant does win the first fight against Schwartz. That's damage. Drop down Pleasant. And Twist backs down from middle. After that first contact, no reason to stick around here. Readying up that flash. Era. Stuff. Yeah, he's just holding the pixel corner. Ready to maul it off. Right now, we're just burning time. ENCE Academy, slowly rolling towards that B side of fence. Even too high, finally starting to react to this one. That's actually up A from water. He has a lot of control. That's going to be the first point of attack. If they catch this kill, they know exactly where this push is going for. That's up A pushing into the fight, catches the kill. Picks up the better weaponry. Right now, ENCE Academy has been left in a very sticky situation. A nade, try to open up a little bit more control. Miller has been dropped from the back lines, and that is even going to be the kills. I'm not entirely sure what I'm seeing at the moment. One of the slowest rounds to amount to nothing. That really didn't work out for the side of ENCE Academy. Tactical pause needed. A good little moment for the team to have a conversation about the last round. What really happened there. Idea for that B side attack was okay. There's just a little bit too much time left in between the map for some of the CTs to actually roam into better positions. But some of those fights that were supposed to be won, especially with the timings that they had. It's a little bit unfortunate. It is what it is, but slowly, one by one, the rest of the attack just goes underneath. Doesn't work out at all. Will be just the fate here. Riz again with the middle control. And ENCE Academy getting a little bit closer towards that A main. You can just see Tech 9s being readied up to go for the full push here. That's going to be the singular clock from Miller. He's going to be the one that actually reach the utility. Spots coming in. Sloppy spray, but the nade is going to be good. A lot of damage, and it's going to be good for 2 as Twist actually tries to hold on to it, but the A side control has been lost. That's going to be the bomb planted underneath Tuk Tuk. And Pleasant just looking for a way in here. That smoke fades at the worst possible time, and that's going to be a bit of a mistake. Pleasant sneaks right past Milty. That's going to be the kill for him. Milty has no idea what happened there. There's nothing he could have done. And Miller left in between the rock and a hard place, especially with his teammate underneath the full CT lineup. Too high. 10 seconds left on the clock. They kind of have to get in there. That's going to be the first push. And with a push coming in from Ovid, the bomb will be defused right in front of their eyes. And that's done. Or actually their bodies at this point. And an AK picked up back into it. So 4 rounds in a row for Alliance. And ENCE Academy coming very close to actually making something happen on that round. But with a couple of unfortunate timings, especially with the smoke push. That doesn't work out for Milty. It's a round for Alliance. Alliance Esports. This is going to be a bit of a more balanced start this time around. ENCE Academy still looking for those first touches here. But it seems like they're actually going to go for the full A side push again. This time around, just a player left in towards that middle just to hold. And maybe lurk around here. And up A will be smoked off with some utility there. It's going to be the flash just to make sure. From the smoke, tries to do a little bit of damage. If ever could actually drop a player from the cross, it does, but it's a quick trade from Milty. Maybe goes for a little bit too much of a peek there. Up A. Oh, he looked like that crosshair was staring every place except the player at that point. The 3 versus 4 retake onto the side, and well, you can actually see. I was just about to say that Too High is getting a little bit closer towards that side to go for the retake. That's going to be at least a trade on the pushes, but from the stairs it's a 1 versus 2, and he actually makes it happen, Avid. The spray control is good for the last one as well. And Alliance, they clutch around. 5 on the board, ENCE Academy having a little bit of a tough time here on the third map. Not a single round on the board yet. What a great play from the Swedes. Oh boy. Era. Early shot here to open up the round. You can hear the singular shot in the background at this point. Go for that kill. Swartz actually comes up with the trade from that nade, but with utility in his hands, one of the worst possible ways. I do have to say, sometimes I see stuff on the server that really makes me question CS. Walking for that long with a utility in your hands on a site is a very bad idea. So, losing a player and the second line of the defense, this might be the first round that Alliance might be actually giving back for ENCE. Great timings there. Milty was ready for that bit of a sloppy hold from the side of Alliance, and there it is. B-side gained fully. With 2 of the weapons actually try to be safe for an X1. That's going to be the M4S and the A4. And just a brief spec into their money. That's a bad situation to be at. They don't actually have them. Wait a minute, actually I was wrong. Sorry. 2 of the players who's holding the weapons, they don't have that much money, but the rest of the players, they have enough to actually buy in, so we might actually even see an op here. Easy peasy, even actually full utility. It's not even close. Are we gonna see the bat op coming into action? Of course we are. Era goes for the buy right away. Side seems to be the target again. They are ready for the player from Connector to pop in. Lesson is actually going to take a couple of steps back from the canals. And with the full buy that they have, a retake could be a little bit more doable right now, especially from the distance. They could actually go for a couple of kills. And they have some well-placed players at the moment. That's going to be the smoke to cover up the B main push. Too High wins the fight against Blessin, and this might be the call for a save right now. That's at least a kill from Era. Does take a little bit damage. Wait a minute, they're actually starting to push in towards the side. 15 seconds left on the quad. And that's a play. And a kill coming in from Connector and even from the quad. They could actually step on top of the bomb. That's going to be the kill for the quad also. Sorry for the Connector. Miller drops Twist. And somebody just needs to be on top of that bomb as it's being taken care of. Alliance, they defuse it in front of Miller. And that's 6 on the board. ENCE Academy. Such a great round, but it gets so chaotic on a retake. They lose sight of the player actually on top of the bomb. And that's where it all goes tits up. Oh boy. ENCE Academy. Going for the full buy here, so trying to check out what kind of utility. Yeah, they were still okay, so no problems there. Meanwhile, a full B-side attempt seems to be on its way as ENCE Academy have posted most of the players outside B main. Right here. That's on the spot where those first fights are going to be a little bit of a problem too high. The shutting shot up the west. East side control has basically already been lost, and this is just going to be a call out from the rest of the team just to go for a save. They're not even entertaining the idea of a retake here. ENCE Academy are not going to go for the chase of these weapons. Knowing that the economy isn't great on their side, and of course if they try to go for something crazy here, they have lost rounds that way. Right now looking into this one, so... Straight into round number 9. It's gonna be a quick smoke. And of course, with just one weapon being lost inside our alliance in the last round, Pleasant actually makes this round a double entry for himself. But, like I said, only losing a weapon, they can actually buy into this one easily. Harvey from the platform actually gets a very nice kill. It gets a little bit sloppy there. They lose every single member on that push. B-side won't be an option anymore. That A main play for a double works out so well for Pleasant. 7 on a board. ENCE Academy. Anubis is supposed to be a T-sided map. And a heavily T-sided map. What is going wrong here? Especially with that Dust 2 comeback. Make this a 3-map series, I'm not entirely sure. Already winning Copenhagen Wolves today. Some issues has been arising. Got a bit of smoke first con. Weston mollies it out, and this is just gonna be a couple of seconds being spent here. That is the right way to go about it. Miltu wins the fight against Era, so that's gonna be the entry that we're looking for. Middle goes tits up, and some utility has been spent, but from here, even the bomb actually has been dropped for them on middle, so they can go for which side effort setup they want to go for now. It's all about the CT side. If they could actually step in towards that middle fight and win a couple of these fights, that's going to be a problem. Inside those smokes, it seemed to be Pleasant with his crosshair placed the other way around. That's going to be a new smoke to cover it up. Right now, the bullet is going to be used. Clear out those smokes. Now, with 45 seconds left on the clock, this is just a very slow round so far. A minute being played, a little bit over. And it seems like they actually want to go for the water play, or just holding the main at the moment. A-side aggression hasn't been really found. And utility spent there. One of the bomb will be picked up, and it seems like they actually want to go for the A-side play. With a singular player towards the B-side, this is going to be the wrong side to push into. Avid can hit every single one of those steps. That's a great pick coming out of Miller, but nobody stacks underneath the broken wall. Avid with a double. Ape drops one, and Miltu with 2 high has been left in a 2 versus 1 with Pleasant from middle, starting to push in, and by the brink of a second, they actually do have a little bit of time there to plant the bomb. And Pleasant to make this happen from the platform, already been spotted and too high. Controls the spray enough to win that fight. That's going to be round number 3 for them. 3 rounds. But so much more to be needed. So, if they actually want to make Anubis doable, they did go against Copenhagen Wolves here. And got out as a winner. I think it was a 13-11 game. 13-10, something like that. So, make this happen. And represent yourself as a Anubis team. ENCE Academy would be very glad to actually get the last 2 rounds here. That's going to be the catch from Millard. Drop Pleasant. Too high. Finds the kill onto up base. So those are going to be the 2 entries to open up the round. And walls away here. Nice catch. Shot to the face. Millard enjoys. Last of the 2 weapons to be saved. ENCE Academy. With a perfect round. Not actually taking a point of damage so far, so it's going to work out well for them. And kablooey goes the bomb.
Terrorists win.
Go. So, round 12, the last round of the first half. Alliance already with 7 rounds on the board. And an actual buy here at the end that they can actually play with. Meanwhile, ENCE Academy winning. 4th round for themselves, but a 5 would be amazing for them. This will be just a very slow start of the round here. That's going to be the first set of utility funnel being used towards middle. And ENCE Academy. Still not actually even walking on the T side of the holes of these maps so far. So, Alliance. They have been just burning a couple of seconds from the T's defense. Or attack, whatever you want to call it at that point. Bomb still left on the back line. So any of the players could actually pick it up and bring it for the actual execution, but it seems like we are getting a little bit more of a push towards that B side, so players getting on the other side of the smoke here on B main. We are about to see the real push from Connector, so Pleasant with Avid. 2 to 3 kills would be the way to actually keep this either doable or even very good for themselves. Just a quick swing there. That's going to be the first shot to the head. Pleasant only catches 1. He's a little bit sloppy for the second one. On the platform, Era through the smoke catches 1 player. That's going to be the 3 versus 3. And behind the pillar, he has a little bit more space to work with at the moment. That's Miller, very low in HP, especially as the players are getting outside. Era is pushing on towards the side. Miller. Spidey's sensors are twingling, and that twist to drop down Millard and inside the smokes. If they don't spot a player, they know that both of them are outside. The problem is there's only a flash. They have to stick onto it and actually go for the pop flash. That's going to be the spray for 2. Actually, that works out for a clutch. Are you serious? A 2 versus 2 with a double spray. Alliance, they take 8. ENCE Academy with a bit of a sloppy swing there. Oh boy. We are swapping the sides here. Falcons got it to a third map here as well. 13-7 on Dust 2. Ooh, G2 not having a good time. There we go. So, first round of the second half, Alliance, with 8 rounds on the board, looking to secure their pistol. If they can actually do that, that would be the first steps for a ridiculously good start here. Meanwhile, Millard on the other side of those smokes will be tacked down very low. Has to be happy that he didn't go down. So from now on, has to be a little bit careful, especially for the retake, as the bomb has already gone down. That's going to be 30 seconds now left for the retake. And that's going to be Twist with a couple of kills here to end the push. Still fighting for more. Mills actually drops one in between. That's going to be Pleasant with a kill onto Millard. Low HP, Star finally goes down. Mills is the second one to be very low in HP. Has to be careful as they are going to go for the fuse, of course. Era from the upper platform is going to catch that kill easily. And even Multi there at the end. Kaboom goes the bomb. And that's Alliance with 9 on the board. ENCE Academy. After a new one. Early spec of smokes again. This is just Alliance making sure that any of the CTs wanted to go for some quick information, even if it's those pistols, they are going to be ready for them. Oh, that's a very nice. And back 10, yes, Abid, I like it. Will be the first man to step in here if they decide to go for that B-side swing. And this is exactly like what I like to see, is that those MAC-10s are going to be the first point of contact. Reason to make your... So, at least one blessing from top of the MAC-10. That's Abid with the burn. And that's a very simple round. 10 on the board, just 2 rounds away from a map point 3 to make this a shutdown. And continue the upper bracket here on EPL. Meanwhile, for ENCE Academy. Well, they're not going to be out of the tournament, like I said, but they're going to be falling to the lower bracket against Copenhagen Wolves just for the chance to continue the series. So, in a way, you lose one of your guards, if you want to call it that. You want to keep them until it gets to the semi-finals, because at that point it doesn't matter anymore. If you lose, you lose. Done. It's gonna be the quick drive-by towards the B side. Up A, capture one of the players. Era, sorry. With another one. We do lose a player in between, but still in control is what matters. But Teme, let's bring it back to 3 versus 3. That's actually a double spray coming out from Pleasant. And too high. Swings into the platform fight. The problem is, Avid was basically just waiting for that. There was even a lure coming in from the temple, so even if he won that, doesn't really mean he won the round. And right about now, this is getting very, very serious. Here are the tickers. That's the teams having a conversation in the chat. And Lions with the bye to continue the wreck best. And Academy with 4 measly rounds on the board. They kind of have to win this round right here and actually start to chain up some incredible rounds. If they can make it happen now, that's going to be an issue. Deme, smoke in his hands. It actually even says it on the canister, just to make sure. But he knows it's a smoke. Smoking off the middle for a little while there, just to make sure that if the CTs are getting a little bit picky, they might actually find it hard to actually go for any of those kills. Have to be a little bit careful. Make them scared. That's the way to play. Got a bit of Molotov 4 canals, but nobody's there to take any damage from it. Right now, it's all about the timing. At this point, the Lions ready for that B swing from both of the angles at the same time. They even have a lurk or up edge waiting for any of the plays coming out of B main. A main. The first set of utility lands towards long, and this will be Miller trying to get in. The beautiful execution there. Just a couple of taps and he gets that kill, but it's going to be Milsey to drop one in between. High comes out with his own. It's a 2 versus 2, and Milsey drops the player from Canals. This will leave Ovid into a 1 versus 2, sorry. That's going to be the flash towards the side behind the pillar. They know he's waiting, and he's left in a little bit of an incredibly hard spot, but almost makes it a little bit more expensive. ENCE Academy, they do pull out a round to make it a 5. Here we go. Right into the action. Gonna be the first step. Molly spent there. You can see so much utility flying across the screen at the moment. And this will be too high. Just waiting for that opportunity. Smoke off the entrance. Twist already finding Schwartz, dropping his teammate. Era catches too high, and that's going to be Milty with a kill onto Era. Will be Deme. Holding on to the mid. And underneath them, a player pushing by. Miller catches the kill onto Twist. That's going to be the flash. Open them just a little bit more space, especially as they are behind the enemy. This is 3 versus 3. This is so confusing at the moment. I'm not entirely sure who's on the win here. Miltzy wins the fight from Pleasant to actually walk on top of the site, and Teme catches the kill onto Avid. We might be talking about the 6th round here. That's exactly what's happening. This was one of the most chaotic rounds we've had on Anubis so far. Players across the map. A split in between the players and everything going up in the air. I'm not entirely sure what to call that, but it worked out at the end for ENCE. And if they want to win this map, I guess that's the only thing that matters. Whoop-de-doo-doo. flash there. Looking for that timing again. Now, this time around, it's just basically going to be a couple of Glocks with 5.7s. Sorry, P250s. Teemu Korva. As in Teme. Teme! Of course not. Not Timmy from South Park. Forge. Got a bit of crossfire setup. They're just making sure that from neither of the sides, much information will not be lost. They can actually cover each other. But Alliance, they are going to be walking in front of one of these M4s in about a second. And it's going to be the long distance duel against Force. That's going to be the problem. That's going to be the first flash. Forge with double kill. That's Teme stepping in with 2. And just hunting with that USB to maybe get lucky and hit that last player they had. Yeah, there it is. Wards does find a triple there. It's going to be the A-side holders to make this a beautiful round for themselves. And this is where it starts to get interesting. So far, Alliance, they still have a very good lead, but from now on, they actually want to maximize the buys for every round. If they start to slop it, this could be a way in for defense. A mistake, some kind of a problem on their economy is definitely going to make those rounds just that much more easier. So right now, you want to put everything on the table. If you are going to win this one, make sure that you win it. Or the biscuit. Is this the players deciding to actually back away from the B main, having a couple of traumatic rounds there already? Just a little bit damage done to Millard. 51 points of health, to be honest. As long as he's playing as a glass gun, it doesn't matter. From middle, there's a little bit of a chance for him. Oh, that is a very sloppy spray, but at least Uppe is there to trade. From Swartz, he was a little bit flashed. I do understand it, but from Uppe, sorry, from Twist, that was supposed to be a crisp entry. Looking how much slop there was in between. That will be Milty with a kill onto Uppe. Right now, the round gets cold. As Alliance are getting just a little bit closer towards A side here. Nice catch on the upper platform player. And the CT defense is very far away from the A side right now. That's gonna be the smoke actually on top of it. They could have used that Molotov after the smoke peels away. There's still a smoke on the I think that was the radio. Sorry, not camera. Took me a little while to remember. I'll flash towards A main just to make sure that they're gonna help their teammate with the pushes. That's gotta be the spot of one of the players. Jumping towards the lower here. Nice catch, and that's the second one from Pelesin as well. And Era comes to shut down the platform before it gets as a problem, and Alliance will be posting their 12. 5 map points for Alliance to make this happen. Meanwhile, ENCE Academy, they need 5 rounds just to pull it back. This is starting to sound like a little bit of a swan song. We've already seen a couple Anubises today. ENCE has actually played 2 already. Sorry, this is the second one. Lesson with the early kill. That's Avid opening up the shots against Millard, and this might be it. Oh boy, behind the cake, that burn is actually going to push out the player. Swartz does get a kill before he goes down. That's the Molotov to make sure the Too High won't even see the light off the other day. And Milty left in a 1 versus 4 to try to make this happen. A shot to the face of Avid at least is going to give them just a little bit better of an outlook here. But so far, Everything has gone the other way around. We're getting very close till the end. Ape. The only thing he has to do is just get a shot. Nuke, unfortunately, at the one possible timing, pulls out the utility. And that will be it. 13-7. ENCE Academy, they fight very well on Dust 2, on Nuke, on their own pick. They can actually fall flat big time. And here on Anubis, they get a little bit of a questionable start. As Alliance, they just start off banging on the CT side. Unfortunately, that is it for today. We don't have any more best of threes. There's still actually some IEM games going on, especially the third map of the series, which will be Mirage for G2 versus Falcons. But yeah, congratulations for Alliance from the great victory. They're actually going to be continuing the upper bracket fights, and they're going to go against ECLOT. Meanwhile, ENCE Academy, they are going to be dropping towards the lower bracket against Copenhagen Wolves. So those are the games for today. Hopefully you guys enjoyed and enjoyed watching for us. It was a little bit of a weird day today again. A couple technical issues, but we got them fixed. I was your caster, your host, Donut. We will see you next time, which will be next week. And thank you for watching. Have a great time. Bye.